my, since I do have the class up on the cloud, the videos don't fit anymore. So I'll try to get one uploaded per day, but the next day I'll have to take it down. And I don't want to, I'm gonna buy more space on there, but I don't want to do that till the 22nd. The reason is because I want it to be taken out every month on the 22nd. If I did it now, they'll be trying to take it out every month on the 15th. And I don't want them to do that. So I have to wait until the 22nd. It's a shame you can't pick the day you want them to take it out of your check or whatever, or out of your account. So I have to wait until the 22nd before I can actually activate that. So they'll take it out every day when I get paid. Because we zap money. I don't pay into account, I pay onto a card, and we take the money off the card right away. And that just keeps people from, getting in, taking your money, that kind of stuff. And my wife and I are still money people. I know y'all get on my nerves with the stupid cards, man. You get in front of me in the line, and you got to get your card in there, and you got to punch all this, and then do you want cash back? Again, excuse me, I just got money. Can I just pay and walk out the door? Standing behind Wingnut with a card. Anyway, my wife and I are not card people. So, and I don't like leaving money on cards. That's why I don't pay into my account. I pay onto that card. We don't ever put our account information out there at all. If I buy anything online, I buy it on that card. And whatever you get off that card. You don't get into our accounts like that. So anyway, just being safe about your money, guys. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about today then is organizational citizenship. Citizenship is when you are acting in the best interest of the organization or the people around you. Probably one of the best movies ever made is a movie called Citizen Kane, in which he is a newspaper magnate. Not magnate, but the big guy that runs the newspapers and . And he takes it upon himself to expose people that he believes are associated with the Nazi Party, American Nazis, and so on, and actually ruined a lot of people's lives. But he saw that was his responsibility or his duty as a citizen. So that's what citizenship is, what you see as your duty. And in an organization, what you see as your responsibility around an organization is organizational citizenship. And the definition is the willing to go beyond your own job description without specific reward. And that is, you do it just because it needs to be done. Not because but because, I'm sitting here, that thing needs to be done, I'm going to do it. Okay. You know how many times I've had people in the military say to me, it's not my job description. Now, how dumb is that? To tell the boss it's not in your job description when I write your damn job description. Your job description is whatever I tell you it is. And if you disagree with me, I'll go down in my office, and in 15 minutes, I'll come out with a piece of paper that says it is your job. It is in your job description. I write the damn job descriptions. How the hell are you going to stand there and tell me it's not in your job description? But I've heard that before. Examples of things like, now I put some examples in here. You're a clinical medical assistant passing through the clinic lobby on your way to lunch. You notice a person that you know has been sitting there in that waiting room for 40 minutes as you're walking through. You might have checked them in. Went back, did something. Now you're on your way out to lunch. You see they're still sitting there in that chair. What could you do as an organizational citizen?
See how much longer they have to wait.
Ask them if they've been held or what they're there for, maybe check into it.
Okay, y'all get the idea. Oh, hey, Ms. Jones, you still say, let me check the front desk and make sure that, That's all. But that's going to cut into your lunchtime.
Clients come first.
Okay. There you go. If you're acting in the best interest of the organization, then you can't go wrong. Now, again, you might not be able to help that lady right now. They may be running behind. But how many of y'all have been in a waiting room for more than past your appointment time? That's never happened to you, has it?
Yep.
Yeah, that never happened to anybody. Now, wouldn't you have felt just a little bit better Had somebody
Yep, it
come out and
has.
said, Miss Jones, yes, I know we're past your appointment time, but we're going to get you in. We're going to get you seen today. Doctors are running a little bit behind, but we are going to take care of you today. Would you have felt just a little bit better?
Yes.
Just a little more important than Miss Thing, who's sitting up at the front desk avoiding eye contact with you. Y'all know them too, right? They sit up there like, just lift your head and say something. Miss Jones, yes, we're going to get you taken care of today. I know we're running a little bit behind, but we're going to get everybody seen today and make you feel just
Yeah.
a little bit more important. You might be still ticked off that it's taken so long, but at least then, well, at least I'm not just chick sitting up there avoiding eye contact with me. In my emergency room, when you work that front desk, the waiting room belongs to you. That means organization, ensuring that the television is being used appropriately, the magazines are stacked up. And if I walk out there, and I did this often, walked out in the emergency room, introduced myself into the lobby, introduced myself, how you doing? My name's Sergeant Mahone. How are you today? How long have you been sitting here? And if they say more than 45 minutes, you better know their name and be able to explain to me why they've been sitting there so long. Because I'm coming right to the front desk. Hi, how are you? How long have you been waiting? Really? Okay. Well, they're going to get you in. They're going to get you taken care of. And I'll walk right up to the front desk and can you explain to me why this lady's been sitting here for 45 minutes? And you better have an answer. So that's the military. We could do that kind of stuff. Too bad the world isn't like that, isn't it? Guys, I love the military. And you know what I like best about it? Is that every organization, I don't care where they are on base or what they do, if you walk into their office, the picture of the boss is right there on the wall with a phone number. And all you have to do is walk over there and dial that phone number. And this is not something where somebody's assistant will answer the phone. See, that's what I was talking about the other day or yesterday with the patient advocate. That's the boss of that organization or that clinic. You can call that number and that man or woman will answer the phone. Yes, it's Sergeant Mahone. Can I help you? Yes, Sergeant Mahone. I'm standing here in the lobby of your emergency. I'll be out there in just a second. And I'll get up and come out there. One day my son was joining the military and the recruiter was kind of giving him the runaround. Yes, I want to call you and and she wasn't meeting her, her requirements, what she was saying she was going to do. One day he's asked me, Dad, can you drive me up to the recruiter's office? I said, sure. It was a Saturday morning. And she had told him that they were going to be there for, exercise, getting ready for basic training type thing. So I drove him up there, 8 o'clock, she wasn't there. 8:30, she wasn't there. 8:45, I said, son, where is this woman? Oh, Dad, she does that all the time. Oh, really? All right. So Monday morning or Monday afternoon on my way home from work, I stopped by that recruiter office. And I walked in, I didn't talk to anybody. I just walked up to that picture I just told you all about and started writing down that phone number. Oh, now you want to help me. Oh, this lady come blowing out of the office. Mr. Mahone, oh, hey, how you doing? And I'm keep writing. So something I can help you with? No. I've got the number I need, thank you. When I got back to the house, I said, Timothy, I stopped by. Oh, yeah, Dad, she just called me. Oh, she did. Guys, if you ever get into any type of involvement with the military, now you know how to handle them. Write that number down, and you will start to get some blah, blah, blah. And actually, she had his paperwork ready to go. All he had to do was come up there and sign it. And when I drove him up there, guess what? She was sitting there at the desk. Oh, hi, Sergeant Mahone. How are you? Yeah, how you doing? So I never called the phone number. In the military, that stuff is taken seriously. So now you know how to handle them, folks. Now, the other thing is that when you have military clients come to your clinic, guess what? They're going to expect the same type of service. And that's probably one of the reasons after 20 years of dealing on base, well, that's probably one of the reasons that I don't take a whole lot of poor service out here in the world. If I think you're delivering poor service, I'm going to want to talk to somebody. But I'm also the person who, if you deliver excellent service, I'm going to want to talk to somebody. So I'm not just a complainer. I'm the one that compliments as well when I think somebody has gone above and beyond or has just done an excellent job. I will ask to speak to the manager. Excuse me, sir. This young lady working the front desk today, she is the reason that I'm going to be coming back to this clinic because of the excellent service that she provided. And then gone about my business. Or she's the reason that I'm not coming back to this clinic because of the poor service and walk out the door. So either way, I'll take that couple of minutes to stop and talk to the manager about you if I think that good service or poor service. So anyway, that's one scenario. You notice the coworkers having difficulty logging onto the office network. Can you help them, or can you just sit there and go, well, nobody helped me when I got here?
Help them.
My first teaching job outside the Air Force was at a school called the San Antonio College of Medical and Dental Assistants. It was up on San Pedro. It's closed, or Kaplan bought them out. But anyway, my first day was a night class. And they told, show up there, Mr. Mahone. The night manager will help you get all set up and all that, da-da-da-da-da. So anyway, I showed up there and I say, hey, how you doing? Yeah, my name's, oh, so you're Mr. Mahone. Yes, I am. Yeah, they told me you were coming. Follow me, please. And this lady walked me to one of the classrooms. Into the classroom, the students were already sitting there. The book was sitting on the podium. And she said, they're doing math. I'll be down the hall if you need anything. Excuse me, that's my introduction. So, you know, we muddled through the first hour. I caught her on break on the second, in between classes. I said, excuse me, why did you do that? Huh? Why did you just drop me off in the classroom like that? No introduction, no orientation, nothing, no lesson plans, nothing. Well, that's what they did to me when I got here. Well, did you like that very much? And you better believe I wanted to talk to the school president the next morning. I drove over there purpose. I wasn't, you know, I was a night class. Next morning, I got up and I drove over there. I need to talk to somebody. Because if that's the way y'all do business, then I won't be back. I'm sorry. That's not giving the students what it is they paid for. So anyway, just because somebody did it to you doesn't mean you need to respond that way with other people. My first day as a drill instructor, I walked into the long hallway, headed down to the offices and all that. There was an instructor standing in the hallway. And I walked past and I said, good morning. And he said, who the fuck spoke to you, rookie? Oh, so that's how you want to roll. All right, no problem. And that guy ended up regretting that because I was the best. Remember what I told y'all? I can't settle for second best. I was the youngest or lowest ranking master instructor in the history of basic military training. I made master instructor in 1 year. That's unheard of. And that same wingnut who said, who the fuck spoke to you, rookie? I saw him one day out on the drill pad with his trainees. And he was standing in the middle of the drill pad yelling cadence to them, you know, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, while they're running around the drill pad. And I walked out there and I said, excuse me, you need to be within 3 feet of those airmen or you're not in control. Who are you to talk to me like that? You see this blue rope around my hat? That means master instructor slick. Now, he was there a year before I got there, and I made master instructor. I don't think he ever did, but I made master instructor before he did. Now he's got this little attitude, He stormed across the street because he outranked me. He had 4 stripes, I had 3. He stormed across the street to the boss and he said, just tell me one thing. Does a buck sergeant blue rope outrank a staff sergeant? And the boss said, yes. Put your hat on the table and go find yourself a place to work. See, that's how you punish a drill instructor. You take the Smokey the Bear hat, you take it away. Give me your hat. Now go find yourself someplace to work. So anyway, again, sometimes that kind of stuff comes back on you. I just thought about this one. My first day in Greece, I was going back there for my second time because they had failed an inspection and they needed somebody to come over there and get the emergency room ready for their follow-up inspection, which was going to be 6 months from then. So it was really kind of temporary, just going there to help them get everything squared away. I'm at the airport and I called the emergency room and I said, hey, how you doing? My name's Sergeant Mahone. I need somebody to come down to the airport and pick me up. Well, who are you? I said, I'm Sergeant Mahone. I need somebody to come down to the airport and pick me up. Well, this is not a taxi service. And this young lady went into all kinds of da. Finally, I had her switch me to, well, can I speak to the first sergeant, please? So she switched me to first sergeant, who I knew. And she said, yeah, Mahone, I'll send a van down there to pick you up, no problem. Now, see, this young lady, you want to talk about poetic justice? I was coming there to be her boss. And that's the way you talk to me on the phone. The first thing I wanted to do was meet this young lady. Where's Airman Green? I'd like to meet Airman Green. Where's Airman Green? How you doing, Airman Green? You remember speaking to me on the phone? Well, was that you? Yeah, that was me. And guess what? We don't need you anymore. If that's the way you represent this emergency room, we don't need you anymore. Go find yourself a job. Guys, I was quick to fire people in the Air Force. Did you know you could do that? You know, if you are working in a hospital, in a military hospital, and you want to work in the emergency room, you apply for that the same way you apply for any other job. And then you come down there in your probationary period, which is 90 days. You screw up doing those 90 days, we're going to goma your ass. Go back up to the wards. So yes, we could fire people I fired people on a regular basis. But remember that these people did not lose their paycheck. They just simply had to go find someplace else to work. So that's why I was so quick to do it in the military. Not as much out here. Out here, it was primarily dealing with teachers. And I fired a few teachers, but it wasn't so flippant as it was in the military. When I knew that you didn't lose your paycheck, your kids were still going to have Christmas. If anything else, you're just going to be embarrassed because you got fired out of the emergency room. So I was quick to fire people in the Air Force, not so much out here. But when they hired me at this school, the second day, they sent me over to the Cosmo School to fire a teacher. And got over there, and guess what? I knew the lady. Hey, Miss Mahone, how you doing? Hi. Oh, good to see you again. And Yeah, how you doing? Listen, I need to see you for a moment, please. Yep. So anyway, I don't know why they always say send me in to fire people. I don't know. So anyway, maybe I just enjoy it. And I don't really know. I don't like firing people, especially out here in the world where people lose their paycheck or whatever. So anyway, you notice the trash can in your lobby is overflowing. What should you do, or what could you do?
Take it out.
Get up and dump it. But you see, it's not in your job description. I'm not a trash man. I'm a PCT. I'm a medical assistant.
I'd take it out.
Y'all, when I was teaching the lab classes, one of the first things I would do on the first day of lab is I'd take the class into the lab and clean the lab. Oh, clean. Yeah, clean. What do you think you're doing? What do you think we do for a living?
It's the area you work around.
Yeah, what do you think we do for a living? Get some wipes. I want all the cabinets empty and reorganized. I mean, it's a school, y'all. You got students going in and out of stuff, and things just get, shuffled around. So on the first day of lab, the best way to learn where everything is is to get in there and clean shit up. And remember that for your sites as well. See, when you're not doing anything, when the rest of the people who work there, and you're there on your externship, when the people that work there go and start eating chips and shit, you need to be opening your book. You need to be going into the supply room, making a mental note of where everything is. You need to be going through drawers, finding out and just orienting yourself to where everything is in that place. Not sitting down eating chips with everybody else. You see, they have a job. You're a student. It's not time for you to be eating chips. So get up and empty the trash can. Now here's a good one. A coworker is telling you why another coworker is a bad person to work with, and that you should avoid working with that person. What can you do?
Walk away.
What'd you say, Chris?
Disregard what they say.
Disregard what
Right.
they say? Okay.
Just blow it off. Like,
Blow it off? Okay. Let me tell you how I handle that kind of stuff. You know, Mr. Mahone, now you know she da-da-da-da-da. Can you excuse me for just a minute? And walk away. Don't come back. Can you excuse me for a moment? And just walk away. Yeah. Guys, I've had so many people, you better watch out for this person or da-da-da-da-da. And remember, if they will gossip to you, what's the other
they'll
part?
gossip about you.
Gossip about you.
About you. And that is not the person that you want to be getting in your business. So don't invite them in by engaging with them. Just, will you excuse me for just a moment? Go about your business. All right, so those are chances to engage in organizational citizenship, acting the best for the organization. One day I was walking down the hallway. It has to do with trash. I was walking down the hallway right here at Quest, and there was a piece of trash on the floor. As I walked by, I picked it up. As I went past one of the classrooms, I tossed it in the trash can and went on about my business. No big deal. I didn't know that Miss Martin was behind me, the owner of the school. And I don't know, maybe a day later, Sandy, the president of the school, said, Mr. Mahone, I heard some good things about you yesterday. I said, what are you talking about? Well, Miss Martin saw you pick up some trash off the floor and throw it in the... Yeah, I mean, what was I supposed to do? Just step over it? And she said, most people would have done that. I said, well, we need some organizational citizens here. So anyway, that is organizational citizenship. Now, some people will extend that to like the person at work who just wants everybody to get along. You ever met that person or work with that person? They're always trying to be the peacemaker, now y'all know, and da-da-da-da-da. Those people are what we call affiliation oriented. They like to see people get along. Can we all just get along? Remember Rodney King, can we all just get along? They want to be the peacemaker. They want to, they're interpersonal, cooperative. They tend to solidify and preserve relationships with others. This is the person who really will keep in touch with you. Girls keep in touch. And this is the person who will. Hell, 6 months later, you'll get an email from this person. Hey, just seeing how you doing. And like, really? See, I'm not that one, man. I'm really not like the one to keep in touch. But this person is. This is the person who tends to know everybody's birthday. And you might go, oh, they're getting in everybody's business. No, they're the ones that goes to the boss and say, hey, boss, Wendy's birthday is next week. We should do something. Or that Esther's having a child, one of those baby shower things. We should send her some soap. Try that one, y'all. They said it was a shower. Some soap and one of those little puffy things, but you said it was a shower, But anyway,
It's distilled.
The fluoride.
There's fluoride in baby water. Oh, I didn't know that.
That's because it's distilled.
Yeah, and we can charge you about $1 a gallon more, huh? Yeah, because it's baby water. Ooh, excuse me. It's like y'all in your artesian water and your this water and core and da. And y'all go in the store paying like $5 for a bottle of water. That's some stuff they ran out the faucet, man. Put it out there and told you it was special. All right, so anyway, affiliation oriented. They want everybody to just get along. And they see that is it important that you get along with the people you work with? Yes or no?
Yep. Yes.
Now, understand, I didn't ask you, is it important that you like the people you work with? I asked you, is it important that you get along?
Yeah.
Do you think for a second that I'm going to put up with, I don't like this person or I don't like that person? I was a manager of a place.
No, that's like childish.
We're not in high school.
At that same place, the College of Healthcare Professions, or not College of Healthcare, the San Antonio College of Medical and Dental Assistants, that was the most unprofessional place I've ever worked. One day I was sitting in the classroom and I was waiting to get ready for the evening class, and the day class teacher was still teaching a little bit. And one of the students asked the teacher, said, "Mr. P, do you have our grades yet?" Turns out they had finished the module, and but there they had 3 different teachers. So they had a homeroom teacher and then their 2 other teachers. The homeroom teacher would get their grades from the other 2 subjects and bring it and give them their GPA, add it all up and give them their GPA. So the student was asking, "Mr. P, do you have our grades yet?" And he said, "No." Turns out they should have been done a couple days ago. So the student said, "Mr. P, can we get our grades, please?" And he said, "Well, I'm waiting on Miss Ortiz to give me her grades for y'all." And the student said, "Well, Mr. P, have you asked her for them?" And he said, "I don't talk to her." Excuse me?
So how was he gonna ever get the grade?
You don't talk to her? If I were a student in that class, I'd have said, "Man, you better go get my damn grade. Are you kidding me? A couple days overdue and you don't have them because you don't talk to her?" Guys, these were the most unprofessional people I've ever worked with. And I was coming right out of the military going, now see, no. I wouldn't tolerate that shit for a minute. So anyway, I had this group. When I got back to Greece to work with that group that had failed their inspection, I was going over the roster of the personnel there, and I saw names. And these aren't the actual names, but you can see how something like this would call your attention. There was somebody named Jones, somebody named Smith, another person was named Smith Jones, and another person was named Jones Smith. Again, those aren't the actual names, but this is the pattern I'm looking at. Jones, Smith, Smith Jones, Jones Smith. So what's up with these names? Oh. These are 4 people, 2 men, 2 women. They were a couple. They were couples, married. And then both couples split up. And he married her and he married her. And they're all working in the same place. Say, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you have all four of them come in here to see me? Well, so-and-so is off today. I don't care. I want all four of them in my office before the end of the day. So now they're all sitting on the couch. And I'm saying, I'm aware of y'all's situation. And let me tell you this. If one of you causes some drama for me, I'm getting rid of all four of you. There's no way that you all should be working in the same place in the first place. And that's one of the reasons I'm here. Because the manager wasn't a manager. He was everybody's best friend. You ever work for one of those people?
Yeah.
Everybody's best friend. Okay. They all called him Tom. So what do we call you, Miss Sergeant Mahone? Sergeant Mahone, what the hell are you talking about? What do we call me? See, he was everybody's best friend. So anyway, maybe about 2 months in, Wingnut, one of them walks in my office, one of the guys. And he says, Sergeant Mahone, I heard that Angie called in this morning, or Angie went to sick call this morning. I said, yes, she did, as if that's any of your business. Well, I heard that it's menstrual cramps. You want to make your point? Well, it can't be menstrual cramps because I know her cycle. You remember that conversation we had on the very first day? One more word out your mouth. But one more word out your mouth. And he turned around and walked out the office. You kidding me? I know her cycle. Anyway, that's why they shouldn't have been working together in the first freaking place. Some of them people should have been transferred out of there. All right. So anyway, that's affiliation oriented. They just want to see everybody get along. And yeah, if you're not getting along with the people you work with, if you're the one that's in the boss's office complaining about so-and-so, guess what? You're the one that's causing the drama for me. So-and-so ain't saying nothing. You're the one in my office giving me drama and stress. So I'm going to get rid of the stress. You can't work with so-and-so? Okay, fine. Go find yourself someplace to work. Some people are challenge oriented. They've got to be constantly challenged. And one thing that I would do as a manager is every now and then, I just walk out in the middle of the day and switch duty assignments. You're working the front desk. Mary, for the rest of the day, I want you to work the front desk, and Tiffany, I want you to work the back office for the rest of the day. Oh, yeah. Just stirring the pot, man. My rationale for that is, have you ever been someplace and trying to get something done, and you got somebody sitting there telling you that the only person in the world who can do this is not here today?
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Not in my place. You're going to get taken care of today. Yeah, I hate that mess. And I'll go through it. So what you're telling me is that the only person in the whole world who can get this done is not here today? Yes, sir. That's a piss poor way to run a business. Because you got business walking out the door. You got money walking out the door because somebody isn't here today. That's poor management. All right, so challenge-oriented, they come with the risk that it might hurt relationships with others because criticizes the status quo. This is what we were talking about, the risk-taking, the thrill-seeking. But we have to also avoid change just for the sake of change, because that gets on my nerves too. I mean, let's change it up, but it's not a better way. It's just a different way. Now, again, that's fixing a wheel that's not broken. Yeah. So just changing for the sake of change is, we need to avoid that as well. All right, so that's the difference between affiliation-oriented and challenge-oriented people. Some people, they value their day on ensuring that everybody gets along. And down here, these people will value themselves based on how much controversy they cause in a work area just by changing something that didn't need to be changed. Let's just do it because I'm getting bored with it being done that way or whatever. All right. Now, another thing that impacts or is considered in a person's personality is their cognitive ability. Cognition is the what we refer to as your intelligence, your ability to acquire and apply knowledge, and that's included in problem solving and so on. So, what is it that? How intelligent are you? Now, don't confuse intelligence for being smart. When my children would look at me and go, "Dad, I'm smart." No, you're not, son. You're intelligent. It means you can learn stuff. Go out and learn a bunch of shit, then you'll be smart. Okay? So that's the difference between being intelligent and being smart. Intelligence refers to your ability to learn. Smart refers to how much you've actually learned in your life. So yes, you're very intelligent, but you're not smart yet. You'll be smart one day. So that refers to our cognition. That's why I got into occupational therapy when I retired, because I wanted to work with cognitive deficits in people, people's ability to reason, think, and apply logic for problem solving. People with head injuries, tumors, that kind of stuff. So anyway, and your cognition or your intelligence comes from two different areas. Some people are good at traditional intelligence. In other words, they learn in a way that we traditionally provide learning. They go to a classroom, a teacher exposes them to something, they take a test on it, and boom, they move on to the next subject. What you're doing right now is traditional intelligence. You're going to school. And some people learn well that way. Other people, not so. I've never been really good at traditional intelligence. Matter of fact, I love going home, meeting some of my old homies and stuff. Y'all remember I ain't seen some of these people 20 years or whatever. Go home like, "Hey man, what's going on? Hey, how's it going? So what you doing now?" "I'm a teacher." "No way, dude. There's no way you're a teacher. You're the one that I missed one semester, y'all. I missed 75 days of a semester of school. Now remember, the semester is 90 days long. So an entire semester, I only went to school 15 days. And on those days were days that I went to homeroom, got marked present, and then left. Okay, because I was waiting on some girl or something. But anyway, my mom looked at me. She said, "Boy, you just not going to go to school." She got that little report, that was 8th grade. She got that little report 75 days after. She's like, "Boy, you just not going to go to school." Nope. Sorry. "Why not?" "Oh, no. Just not going to do it." And that's when I decided that school just wasn't for me. Right? So anyway, traditional learning. So it includes things like, verbal comprehension, word fluency, numerical acuity, spatial perception, and so on. You just go and you take those classes. You take your English class, you take your math class, you muddle your way through it. You don't remember 3/4 of what you learned, but you got your high school diploma. I got my GED when I was 16. So technically, I graduated high school 2 years before the actual age, because I just wouldn't do it. I went to Job Corps, studied for a year in their little classes, took the GED test, passed it. And that's why I was able to be emancipated at 16. All right, so traditional intelligence, the stuff you learn in school, memory, perceptual speed, inductive reasoning. Some people refer to inductive reasoning as abstract thinking. We give you a concept and then you learn to apply that in ways in which it wasn't presented to you. In other words, we give you an idea at school, you take that and you apply it to a scenario that we didn't use in the classroom. For example, I might say something like, salt makes you retain water, makes the body retain water. And then you remember from a previous lesson that your blood pressure is based on the amount of fluid in your body. So you put the two together. So that's why people with high blood pressure need to avoid salt. The salt makes the body retain water. That drives their blood pressure up. So that's why my mama shouldn't have potato chips. It's abstract thought. It's an idea we didn't give you, but you take two pieces of information, you bring all that together, and you arrive at a conclusion. Inductive reasoning. The ability to discover rule or principle applied in solving a problem and make judgments and decisions that are logically sound. A little bit later, we're going to be talking about the way we make decisions and how important that is in our professional life. So those are components of traditional intelligence. The stuff you just go to school to learn. 2 + 2 is 4. Which one is correct, I or me in language, and so on and so forth. Now, the second way we learn is through practical intelligence. You might refer to this as street knowledge. Things you learn over time. Like, you notice that whenever you're on the freeway and there's that one person who's just zipping in and out of traffic, impatient, gotta jump out the lane, go up and jump back over just to pass one car. You ever see people doing that?
That's frustrating.
And almost every time, it's going to be a young person. Why don't I do that? Because I've learned that shit doesn't work. After years of being a young man, hell, I've been driving for 40 years now. After years of being a young man doing that, I've learned it doesn't work. It's practical intelligence. When you zip past me and you vroom, you're going to get stopped at the stoplight. And I pull right up next to you. What's up, Holmes? Light's going to change. Shoo! You're going to zip in and out of cars. We get up to the next light. I'll be one car behind you. What's up, Holmes? It doesn't work. As soon as you get out of this lane, that lane is going to slow down. Why? Because everybody sees that lane's going fast. Everybody gets over there. That lane now stops. And the lane you just got out of, everybody just got out of that lane. There it goes now. We've learned over time it doesn't work. So practical intelligence is accumulation of skills, disposition, or knowledge, plus the ability to apply knowledge to solve everyday problems. I'm going to run a short video clip that illustrates practical knowledge in action. And y'all might recognize this actor. First of all, let me say that the kid that's asleep is a drug dealer.
Is this The Wire?
This is The Wire. He's what they call a corner boy, okay? Where that's the one that actually puts the drug in your hand, takes the little $5. Okay? So he's not a big dealer or anything working for the big dealers. The little girl that's waking him up, he actually lives in this apartment with like 4 kids. They never really say why, but they're all like young school-age kids, and he's taking care of them. It's an abandoned building that they live in. So they've got the electricity going out to the pole coming in, illegal electricity. They go across the way to the water, the little faucet to get water and that type of stuff. So he's like 16 years old, and he's taking care of all these kids in this house. And he makes money by dealing. All right.
Wallet. Your wallet. Your wallet. What? What's this about here?
This one here. A bus traveling on Central Avenue begins its route by picking up 8 passengers. At the next stop, it picks up 4 more, and then additional 2 at the third stop while discharging 1. The next last stop, 3 passengers get off the bus and another 2 get on. How many passengers are still on the bus when the last stop is reached? Just do it in your head.
Yo, test is coming out today. New package.
I might be down later.
Later.
Look, I'll catch you around the way, all right?
Wallace, man, you can't just lay a bed.
7, right?
D been asking about shit.
So what?
I've been telling him you sick, but you know he ain't gonna let me carry that too much longer.
Now look, I'll be down later, sometime.
Nah, man, Tester's gonna be out.
Look, man, fuck the testers, all right? Fuck the testers, fuck all of that shit. Just let me hold $10 and I give it back to you by Friday.
How? D ain't gonna pay you for not working.
Look, you gonna let me hold 10 or not?
Hey,
Damn, Sarah, look. Close your eyes. You work in the ground stash, 20 tall pinks. 2 fiends come out to you and ask for 2 each. Another one cops 3. Then Bodie hands you off 10 more. But some white guy rolls up in the car, waves you down and pays for 8. How many vials you got left?
15.
How the fuck you able to keep the count right? You're not able to do the book problem then.
Count me wrong, then fuck you up.
You hear what she said? The count be wrong, they'll fuck you up. In other words, when it's important, I can do that shit. But who the hell cares about how many people got on a bus or off a bus and da, da, da? They don't understand the point of doing the math. Now, can both these kids do math?
Yes.
Sure.
I have
Yeah,
to.
because they both sell or do whatever.
The question from the book, this people get on, these people get off. How many of y'all would have had to read that more than once? How many of y'all would have whipped out a piece of paper and started with this, and then these get in, and then, but he did it in his head and had it right. He only read it one time. The little girl kept saying 12, 7, He knew the answer. And she could figure it out too, when you put it in words that she understands. Now, both of them would go to school tomorrow and fail a math test. And the teacher will say they can't do math. But they both can do math. They did it. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about revamping school. You ever go to a math class and the teacher says, show your work?
Yeah.
Why is it so damn important that I do it your way if I'm getting the right answers? And if you don't show your work, they mark it wrong.
That's exactly why I failed math.
That's where half these kids are having problems. What did he tell her? Damn, Sarah, just do it in your head. They can do math. They just can't do it your way.
Oh, my child, he couldn't do math in his head, and that's how he does it.
Yeah. And they're going to mark him wrong.
Every time he gets it
And
wrong.
he's going to fail math because he didn't show his work. That's what they mean about revamping schools, guys. Why is it so important that I do it your way? As long as I come up with the correct answer. Oh, you must have cheated. Well, you know what? If I cheated in math, then hell, I'll be a damn an English teacher in my life. Who the hell cares if I can do math or not? But anyway, don't get me wrong, guys. As part of our profession, yeah, you need to step up your math skills. Because remember, you're going to be calculating drug doses and things like that, and you'll learn how to do that in your classes. So, anybody recognize that actor?
He's from Creed, ain't he?
Yeah, that's Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah.
And he was like 16 years old when they made that. So anyway,
Yep, Michael B. Jordan. Fuck.
The Wire is still one of my favorite TV shows. I watch it every now and then when I ain't got nothing else to do. I'll just pull up a couple of my favorite episodes and just watch through those. It's still a good TV show. It's about drug dealers in Baltimore.
Yeah, they don't make it like that no more.
Yeah, it's a really good show, or I think so anyway. So anyway, that is practical intelligence in action. The ability to arrive at a conclusion or solve a problem just from street knowledge, stuff that you've learned in your life. Practical intelligence leads to good intuition. The ability to just, I don't know, feel that this isn't right. One day, we were traveling, it was when I was teaching, traveling around the country, and we were headed up to Portland, Oregon. And we had our equipment to take with us when we went to these classes. So a couple of people had to take the truck and drive up there, and then everybody else flew. There were 10 of us all together. And it was our turn to drive, myself and one of the other teachers' name was Bocek. Bocek was Tom Bocek. He was a surfer dude, straight out of California. I mean, everything was dude, you know, the bleach blonde hair, da, 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 da. So anyway, we stopped at a place to just go in, get something to eat, da, da, da. I come back out, Bocek's sitting in the truck. I jump up in the truck. I say, okay, let's go, man. You ready? He said, no, wait, we have to wait. I said, what are you talking about, man? Let's go. He said, no, we have to wait. I said, what are we waiting for? Oh, I'm waiting for this guy to bring me my watch. Your watch? What the hell are you talking about? Well, this guy came over and he showed me this watch that he was selling for $20. And it was a really nice watch. So, you know, I bought one. I said, well, let's go. What was the problem? Well, the guy needs to bring me the watch. Wait a minute. How did he show it to you? Well, he was wearing one, but that was his display watch. The other watch was over in the car, and he's going to get that. Bocek, did you give that man your money? Yeah, I gave him the $20, so he's going to bring me the watch back.
He got G'd.
Really? So we sat there in the truck for about 10 minutes. And I finally said, can we go now? Oh, man, he got me, didn't he? Well, duh. So we're driving now. It's kind of quiet in the truck. And Bocek goes, hey, Mahone, do me a favor, man. I said, what's that? He said, don't tell anybody about the watch, okay? Oh, man, you know, whatever. Y'all know I couldn't wait. Hey, y'all, guess what Bocek did?
OMG.
Y'all, we used to stand, when we were young teenagers, standing out in the corner, just hanging out. And right near the street we lived on, about 2 streets over, was the highway, with the highway exit, dumping people right into our neighborhood. And people would come off that highway and they drive up to the first group of black guys they see standing on the corner. Hey, do y'all know where we can get some weed? Yeah, man, I'll get you some weed. Come on, just drive around here, right? So they'll drive you around to whatever house that you know is empty and tell them, wait right here, I'll be right back. Oh, can't we go in? Oh, no, dude, these are Jamaicans, man. They don't play that shit. You want the weed or not? Okay, but, and I had one person say, don't rip me off, dude. You know, but anyway, so you walk up to the house, you go around back, you go through to the alley, go back down in the corner, stand there where you were standing. Yeah, they're going to drive around there in a minute, but there are about 15 or 16 of y'all standing out there. There's no way they're going to stop and get out that car. So they just drive by, look at you all mad and everything, get back on the highway and go back to where they came from. So this is the environment I grew up in. And I'm looking at Bocek going, yeah, dude, he's going to bring me my money and he's going to bring me my watch in a minute. All right. Okay. Yeah. He's going to bring that watch. All right. So anyway, it leads to good intuition, the ability to look and go, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. Now, do you think employers value that in employees? You're working my front desk or you're working my cash register, and I've got some naive wingnut standing up there that's letting somebody talk them into giving them too much change or something. So we do value that as, you know, in our employees. So is an experience-based way of looking or reasoning. Judgment and wisdom are likely to be stronger with accumulated experience. And that's why if you look at like Native American tribes and things like that, who's in charge? The oldest person in the tribe. The oldest person is the one that makes the decisions, because that wisdom comes along with experience. You can be smart, but you're not wise until you've done a lot of things, man. You made some mistakes yourself. My son, he's going to college right now. He wants to be he's getting a degree in drama. So I'm gonna say, so son, tell me, when you get this degree in drama, what type of jobs are you going to be looking for? What's out there for somebody with a degree in drama? He said, well, Dad, I'm going to teach drama. I want to be a teacher. I said, son, you're missing a step. The phrase is see one, do one, teach one. You learn it, you do it, then you teach it. You're skipping a step, the doing step. How you go from learning to teaching? You haven't done any damn thing. I want to learn drama from somebody who's been to cattle calls out there in the world, who's been told, y'all know cattle call, everybody kind of shows up and tries to get the part, who's been turned down for parts because they were a little bit more hefty than they wanted. Somebody who's been pressured for sex in order to get a part in a movie. That's the person I want to learn drama from, not from somebody who went to school, read it in a book, and now you're going to teach it to me. And that's one of the problems with St. Philip's, SAC, and some of those other colleges out there. If you have the degree, they'll put you in a classroom. Here, you better be coming with a degree plus at least 10 years experience. I was just talking to Ms. Paz in the office Friday. She's like, well, Mr. Mahone, I got some applications, but they just don't have the experience. There you go. So the see one, do one, teach one. You better have at least 10 years experience if you want to stand in one of our classrooms. Intelligence types, some people are linguistic. They learn through words. They take the meaning of a word for exactly the definition of the word. And we have difficulties, and I say we because I'm one of these people, we have difficulties sometimes when you're using a word outside the context of its actual definition. For example, if you say to me, I'll be there in a minute, and when do I expect you to walk through the door? In 60 seconds, because that's a minute, isn't it? Yes. That's linguistic. We take the words for exactly their definition. And sometimes it's hard to, when people are using words outside their definition. Like, that's a bad car right there, man. What's wrong with it? No, it's bad, man. What's wrong with it? The definition of bad. So anyway, my wife does that to me all the time. I'll be there in a minute. And she show up 20 minutes later. You said a minute. Well, you know what I meant. Well, how the hell am I supposed to know what you mean? You said a minute. Say a minute to me, that's 60 seconds. Linguistic. They enable people to communicate through language, including reading, writing, and speaking. And I told you I have a 17th grade reading and writing level. Matter of fact, I was charged with plagiarism twice I was accused of plagiarism twice in college. And both times, the teacher told me that this paper was too well written. I don't believe you wrote this. It's too well written. Like, are you kidding me? Now, one of the teachers, I actually said, okay, give me a subject, any subject you want. And I'll sit right back there and I'll write you a paper. And he gave me a subject. And I wrote for about an hour. And he came back and looked at what I was writing and he said, okay, your grade stands, or I'll change your grade. He actually gave me an F because he thought it was plagiarized. He said it was too well written. Dude, that's the way I write. And by the way, why don't you go and check my college entrance exam scores, and you'll see that it's 17th grade. I'm supposed to write well. By the way, 17th grade is somebody who already has a degree in it. And how did I learn that? Like I said, other people taught me. So logical mathematics, these people are just good at numbers. They just see patterns in numbers. You might look at, and when I was taking the statistics class, it started to happen to me. I'd be driving along and I'd see an address and I would notice that in that particular address, the second two numbers were exactly half the amount of the first two numbers. Just patterns just jumped out like that. After I stopped doing the classes and stuff, it went away. But if you do math all the time, you will start to see patterns in the numbers. And that's somebody who starts to think logical or mathematical in their thinking processes. Musical or rhythm, these people tend to flow. They tend to associate learning with musical rhythms. I don't know how they do it because I'm not one of and then gives people the capacity to create and understand meanings made out of sounds and enjoy different types of music. Some people are spatial. Autistic people are really good at this, where they can visualize objects in 3 dimensions. And that's why autistic people are really good at building blocks and things like that, you know, using building blocks to make things. I actually, there's a study out now for something that I've been saying for a few years already, is that autistic people, that they benefit from Legos. And one guy actually put out a book now that says the effect of using Legos with autistic therapies and things. And they love to build stuff. And they'll build some pretty dramatic constructs out of just little basic blocks and things. They're very good at spatial knowledge. Perceive and manipulate images in the brain to recreate them from memory, and is required for making graphic designs. So you might be a good, what do you call those people? Engineer. All right, body kinesthetic. These people associate movement with learning. This is somebody who might be in motion all the time. The leg under the table, just constantly tapping the foot or moving the pen around or pulling on something. They are in constant motion, and they do associate that with learning somehow in their brain. Those people are intrapersonal, they learn by themselves, versus people who are interpersonal, they learn with other people, whether you would do good in a study group or not. I'm intrapersonal, I like to study by myself. When I was in college, people would come around and they would see me sitting on the floor outside the classroom with my book open in front of me. And they go, "Hey, Mom, you want to come study with us?" No, I'm good. I learn best like this. Versus somebody who learns better with other people in study groups and so on. A naturalist, they associate nature. So this might be the person who gets outside, sets up study group outside or a study place outside, or includes plants or something like that in the area where they study. So let me ask y'all about, do you study in the same place all the time?
No.
You should try it. Okay, and how important that is. In other words, when you decide that I'm going to study for a test tonight, okay, and I'm going to start studying at 7 o'clock, and I'm going to study from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock. I go, okay, you're going to get 3 hours of study, right? No. Because if you start at 7, guess what you're going to spend the first half hour doing? Getting you a book, and what page was it, and oh, where's my pencil, and oh, let me get a drink before I sit down, and before you know it, 30 minutes have passed. So you prepare to study. If I'm going to study at 7 o'clock, then I'm going to start getting prepared at 6:30. And if you study in the same place every time, then that preparation is going to be less because your equipment will already be there. So if you can do that, it's best to just study in the same place every time. The worst place to study is sitting on the bed. So y'all know why that is, huh? With the TV on and with your phone right there. How many of you turn your phone off when you study?
I don't turn it off. I give it to my kids.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm saying now one of y'all turns your phone off when you study. You put it right there next to you, and you do your study with your phone right there. Phone becomes a distraction. So are you a naturalist? Do you like to study outside? Or do you like to just be outside? Or are you a walker, a biker, a jogger? Somebody just likes to be outside. Then maybe if you can get a screened in, like a screened in area outside, or if you can just sit out at a picnic table. You can drive over to the park and just sit outside while you study. It might help you, and you associate your learning with the thing that you already enjoy anyway. All right, so let's do the attendance so that I get this turned in, and when we come back from break, we'll be talking about critical thinking and what that is. All right. All right, so Elof is here. Where's Nicole? Nicole Beltran, you here? Yeah, I see you. Delia is here. About Michelle Chestnut, there you are. Christopher is here. Cheryl is here. Chloe Eddingfield, where you at? I see Rebecca.
I'm here.
Chloe, okay. There's Chloe. There's Rebecca. Destiny is here. Cassie Garcia, you here? Cassie. Oh, there you are. Okay. Brenda Rose. Brenda. Anybody? Brenda. Elena, you here?
I'm here.
Okay. And then Isaac. Don't get a little concerned about Isaac. He wasn't here yesterday either. Okay. And then Danielle Lopez. Danielle. I don't see Danielle.
Mr. Mahon, she said some.
She's here.
I'm here.
Is she
I'm here.
okay?
I got you.
Okay.
I'm here.
Tatiana. Where's Tatiana?
Guys.
There you are. Maria Martinez. There you are. Monica, you here? Monica Marks. Monica. How about Chloe McDaniel?
I'm here.
Okay. And Jose, where's Jose? You have an appointment today? Jose usually pretty good about telling me when he's going to be missing. And then Wendy Nickerson is here.
I don't have chemotherapy.
Yes, here.
Lionadra is here. Christy is here. Sarah is here. Carissa.
Why do you always get your times mixed up?
Carissa is here. And
I said, why do you always get your times mixed up?
wait a minute. Where's Esther? I thought I saw Esther. There you go. Okay. All right. So we'll take a break now.
You didn't say my name,
Who are
Mr.
you?
Mahone. Maricela Lopez.
Maricela, probably because I saw you right away. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I will do this. It's 9:25. Come back at 9:40. Gives us 15 minutes.
Mr. Mahone, did you get me?
Yeah. Yes, who?
Michelle.
Chestnut, yeah, I got you.
Okay.
The people that I have marked absent are Brenda Guzman, Montano, Isaac Hernandez, Monica Marks, Jose Montez, and that's it.
Mr. Mahone, I know you got to go on break real quick, but
He's having technical difficulty, but he's getting on, trying to get on right now. Jose, he said that he's having technical difficulty, but he's going to try to get back on as soon as the break is over.
Yeah, I knew that was unusual. Anybody else? Something to say? Question?
Yeah, this is Michelle. I was asking about the test that you were saying about this morning. I missed that little section this morning.
I sent out an email with the new quizzes test.
Okay, so that's due tomorrow?
Due by Thursday. It's in the email.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
it's over the combining forms of root words, but it's due Thursday.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I changed my name on email, just saying.
Who is
It
that?
has the same email address, but if you look at it, it'll probably say Maricela Lopez, and I don't know if that makes a difference. I hope it didn't make it worse.
Okay, as long as it's the same address and you keep getting the emails from me, let me know if it's okay.
Yes, it's the same. I just changed the Lopez, so I don't know if that shows. Okay.
Anybody else? All right, come back at 22. Okay, sorry I'm late, but here I am. All right, so we had talked about some of the types of intelligence out there. And again, if somebody is good with numbers, then you might want to assign additional duties based on people's strengths. Now, in healthcare, you're going to have to get used to the idea that you'll have your primary job, but everybody has additional duties where you might be the supply person, where you're responsible for ordering supplies for the clinic. You might be the infection control person, where you keep everybody's bloodborne pathogens training up to standard and so on. You might be the patient advocate for your clinic, the person who assists patients with getting follow-up appointments and helping people keep track of their appointments and so on. At the VA hospital, they have these people that are called, I think they're called patient advocates, but what they do is they help people sort out all their different appointments and where the appointment is located in the building and things like that. So they just help people get to their appointments and so on. So additional duties will be assigned by managers, and some of your additional duties might include things. I'm going to assign this to you because you are you're good at math and you like math challenges and so on. So anyway, those are multiple intelligences, and why your manager might want to know what your interests are and what your strengths are. Can we utilize those in the clinic? All right. So that brings us then to critical thinking, the process of evaluating evidence, and then based on that evidence, making judgments and decisions. Through critical thinking, we find reasons to support or reject an argument. In other words, think it through a little bit. You know, you see the commercials on TV all the time. We'll sell you one of these for $19.99, but wait. If you act right now, we'll let you buy a second one for a separate fee. In other words, we're not giving you anything. We're just going to let you buy two of them, is all they're saying. We'll let you buy two. If you act right now, we'll let you buy two of them. Okay? And sometimes you see on the screen even the little clicker counting down. Order right now. You have 5 minutes. You see the little clicker going down. Like when that thing reaches 0, you're not going to be able to order anymore. Give me a break. Okay? Or the guy who says, I have a book that contains the cure for everything. Everything, diabetes, you name it. There's a cure for it in this book. And I'll sell you this book for $19.99. If that man had the cure for everything, would he be selling it for $19.99?
Nope.
Okay. I was in the car dealership, and we were looking for a car for my wife. And the guy says, oh, yeah, this is what you're paying. This is your payment for 7 years. 7 years? Yeah. And that's your payment. Okay, so I did a little bit of, remember, I'm not a math person, but I did a little bit of math in my head. And I said that the interest payments are more than the car itself. Yeah, the interest payments come out to more than the price of the freaking car. We're going to end up paying twice what the car is worth. Oh, well, no, just give me my paperwork back and we'll just go on and leave. And they stalled me for at least another 40 minutes, y'all, because they had the pink slip to my wife's old car already. I said, well, just go get my wife's pink slip and we'll be on our way. So he leaves, and then the manager comes out. So, what? No, man, I asked y'all for the damn paperwork. Please give me the paperwork so we can leave. Well, what is it about the deal that you don't like? And da-da-da-da-da. They finally got down to the payment that I wanted. It was $12 more than what I wanted. And I said, the guy said, you're going to walk away from this deal because of $12? I said, no, I'm walking away from this deal because of you. I don't want to buy a car from you. And he gave me this blank stare for about 5 minutes, for about 5 seconds. Then he got up and went and got my paperwork and we left. See, it's not about the $12. I don't like you. I don't like your tactics. I don't like what y'all have been doing. Go give me my paperwork and we're leaving. Anyway, so critical thinking, looking through some of this stuff. Let me ask you, most riddles are critical thinking. So I have a riddle for you. See if you can figure this one out. Remember that most riddles are also a play on words. All right. So there are 3 men in a boat. They have 4 cigarettes, but no matches. How can they smoke the cigarettes? Three men in a boat. They have 4 cigarettes, but no matches. How can they smoke the cigarettes?
Use the engine.
Use a lighter.
They don't have a lighter. But if they throw one of the cigarettes overboard, then the boat will be a cigarette lighter. Get it?
Oh my God.
They throw
That's
one
funny.
overboard, the boat will be a cigarette lighter. So now they can smoke. See, most riddles are a play on words. A cigarette lighter. All right. So how about this one? And y'all may have heard this one before. If you have, don't give it away. All right. So John's mother has three children. Look for a pattern. Their names are April, May, and how many of y'all said June?
Johnny.
I gave you all 3 names, April, May, and John. They're a play on words, critical thinking. All right, so anyway, critical thinking is the process of evaluating information. Critical thinking facilitates openness, the ability to learn or be open to new information. It also facilitates conscientiousness, the desire to just do a good job at something. And critical thinking also facilitates self-monitoring. How do my actions affect the people around me? And should I control those actions in order to produce a harmonious environment at work? But critical thinking also inhibits agreeableness. You tend to not agree when you're critical thinking something. Extroversion. It inhibits risk-taking or thrill-seeking. You don't take a chance when you're critical thinking through things. It inhibits optimism. In other words, you're looking for that downside to something. And then it also inhibits neuroticism, using your emotions to guide you through decisions. So critical thinking is an important concept of healthcare, and of being a professional. You see, it also facilitates intrapersonal, interacting with other people, spatial recognition, linguistic, and then logical and math. Remember, you're being logical anytime you're critical thinking through something or a problem. It inhibits the naturalist, interpersonal, body kinesthetic, or musical rhythm type of learning or problem solving. Okay, here's a, if you're looking at the slides, you'll see the answer right away. But in here, you're asked to remove 6 letters to reveal a common English word. Remember, riddles are a play on words. Remove 6 letters from this group up here, and it'll reveal a common English word for you. And the 6 letters are SIXLETTERS. Remove 6 letters. Not 6 of them. Remove the phrase 6, the words 6 letters. And the word you end up with is bananas. So remember, it's a play on words, but it's also critical thinking. So if you like logic puzzles, not Sudoku, Sudoku is more math, but if you like crossword puzzles, those type of things, you're a critical thinker. You evaluate based on what you're seeing in front of you. I suck at crossword puzzles. My wife can do them like crazy. Me, I'm horrible at them. But logic puzzles, I love those things. Logic puzzles is when they give you a scenario and then based on a couple of clues. For example, you have 6 students in class. Which student arrived first? And then they'll give you a couple of clues, and you work through which of the students actually got to the class first. That's logic puzzles. I love those things. The ones in the front of the book, no problem for me. As you start getting towards the back of the book where the puzzles get harder, that's when I usually get a headache and stop. But I do enjoy doing them. All right. Your emotional intelligence. Have you ever just felt that something wasn't right? This just doesn't feel right. If somebody's telling you, yeah, this is my display watch, I have to go get the other watch from the car, just give me your money, I'll be back in a minute. It just doesn't feel right. You got to wonder, is this a decision I should be making? Remember I told y'all that my wife just didn't like Jerome. Remember Jerome, the guy who molested the lady on the other ward? She just didn't like him. And I was like, what, babe? No, he hadn't done anything. I mean, he's real polite and everything, but I just don't like him. And turns out he turned out to be a pervert. Yeah, because my first thought, is he looking at you or something? He's looking at your butt or something like, no, it's not anything like that. I just don't like him. And turns out he turned out to be a pervert. And that's emotional intelligence. And what builds our emotional intelligence is our self-awareness. Knowing yourself. What is it about you that makes you think that this thing might be not the right thing? So your self-awareness, the ability to understand your moods, emotions, as well as their impact on others. So, what is it that makes me say, I don't like this person? There's something inside me. Does he remind me of somebody else? And so on. Right. So also included in your emotional intelligence is your self-management, your ability to manage your emotions and not be neurotic. Let your emotions take control of you. The ability to control our emotions and act with honesty and integrity in a consistent and acceptable manner. You see, if there is somebody that I don't like and they walk in the emergency room, they're going to get the best treatment from me possible. Let me tell you what kind of made me kind of about Jerome. Was one day I went in to give a patient a bed bath. The patient's name was Mr. Reynolds. He was a white guy. And what stands out about me, I think I've talked about him before, because he was one that was really jaundiced when I walked in the room. First really jaundiced person I'd ever seen. I was that new. And I was being signed off on doing a bed bath. And Cristobal was signing me off on that. So anyway, we walked in the room and Mr. Reynolds was in 4-point restraints because he was going through delirium tremens and, with alcohol withdrawal. And he looked at Cristobal and he looked back at me. He looked back over at Cristobal and he said, "Don't you let that damn jigaboo put his hands on me." Because his exact words. So, we did our thing and all that. And I walked out and I was telling Jerome, I was, man, Reynolds just called me a jigaboo, man. He said, well, what did you do? I said, well, we did the bed bath. Oh, well, I would have did this and I would have did that. Oh, really? And so you just told me a lot about yourself and your character, what kind of person you are. If you don't like something about me, what kind of service are you going to provide for me? See, I don't care what you think. It wasn't about what kind of person Mr. Reynolds was. It was about what kind of person am I? Am I going to let that affect the care that I provide for my patients? And I'm not. Okay? So that is, again, self-management. Did it upset me? Yes, it did. Did he know that it upset me? No. And I was a young man back then. So today, I just don't put my business and feelings out there, y'all. If I don't like you, you will never know it. Why do y'all think we just have this need to let that other person know that I don't like you? Why is that such a driven need in us? I've got to do something to let you know that I don't like you.
Because your feelings got hurt. You want to let them know.
You hurt my feelings, or I don't like you, so I got to let you know that, I might have told y'all about this guy before, but one day I was over at CHCP and just standing outside on break having a cigarette. And this guy pulls up and gets out of the car, and I recognize him right away. We've worked together before. And he's got his resume. He's got a folded piece of paper tucked under his arm, probably his resume. And he says, "Oh, hey, Mahone, I know you was over here." Yeah, I'm teaching here now. "Oh, okay. Well, I'm going in to apply. Maybe we can, get a chance to work together again." Yeah. And I watched the guy, and he walked in the door. I tossed my cigarette down on the ground. I ran up the back stairs. Ms. Mahone don't run nowhere, but I ran up the back stairs to the boss's office. I said, "Boss, there's a guy downstairs right now putting in his resume. If you hire him today, I'm quitting tomorrow." And I went on back to my classroom and started teaching. So I'm standing in the classroom now, and I'm looking at the back door to the entrance to the classroom, and there's a little window there. And the boss is in the window like this. I was like, yeah. He holds up the piece of paper and tears it in half. And I said, okay. Now, I would never make a threat like that lightly, y'all. I really meant that. I refused to work with this guy anymore. Again, I'd worked with him before, and I wasn't having it. But afterwards, my boss comes out on the next break, and he said, "Mahone, do you know that guy actually put you down as a reference?" Really? Because I don't make it a habit of letting you know that I don't like you. Some people call that being two-faced. I call it self-management. Why should I put my business out there like that? How many times have you seen on like crime dramas and things where they're interviewing like co-workers, and one person telling another person that, yeah, they never did get along, or he never did like him, and ... I just don't put my business out there like that. And part of that is self-management, acting in a consistent and acceptable manner, and not putting your business out there. Social awareness, having empathy for others and having intuition about work problems. Intuition, just that, y'all heard of women's intuition. Something just doesn't feel right about this. Again, that's having intuition about work problems. What could come up as a result of what we're doing right now. There was we didn't talk about this in law and ethics, but there was a clinic here in San Antonio where the doctors were letting the medical assistants write their prescriptions for them. And the medical assistants were actually signing the prescriptions. Somebody found out, they all got charged. It was 2 doctors and 3 medical assistants at that clinic, and they were all charged. So again, if it just doesn't feel right, man, like, should I be signing the doctor's name on something? Even if the doctor's standing there telling me it's okay, should I be doing that? That doesn't feel right. Or like one day, this one doctor, we're in the Air Force, and he's like, "Yeah, just call me Jim." And I was like, it just doesn't feel right to me. If you insist, I'll call you Dr. Jim, but it just doesn't feel right. So that's having intuition about, just things that might come up. This could come back and bite us in the ass. That's one of my favorite sayings in meetings. It's like, guys, this could come back and bite us if we don't do this or we don't manage this correctly. It could come back on us. Sometimes I refer to it as pushback. Guys, we might get some pushback on this. So anyway, just having intuition about what could happen as a result of something. And having empathy for others. Empathy, what's the difference between sympathy and empathy?
One is you can, oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
I'm sorry, no, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll say sympathize. Sympathize, I guess, is you can sympathize with them, like, oh, okay, I understand, yeah. So Joel can do the other one.
Empathy, you put yourself in their actual spot.
All right. So Maricela, the definition of what you just gave is empathy. The ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes.
Okay. So
Sympathy
it's not.
sympathy is when you feel sorry for somebody.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yes.
Empathy is when you put yourself in their shoes. You have somebody stand at your front desk saying they have an upset stomach and you can't get them in for 2 weeks. You might feel sorry for them, or you might put yourself on the other side of that desk and go, you know what? How would I feel if somebody was telling me this right now? So empathy, the ability to put yourself in the other person's shoes as opposed to just simply feeling sorry for them. So having empathy for others and being able to say, how would I feel if I worked here for 5 years and then somebody else who just started here was promoted over me? How would I feel about that? Empathy. All right, and then social awareness, we just did that one. Relationship management. Again, getting along with people, guys. This is not, relationships like partners or a husband and wife. This is relationships with the people you work with and being able to get along with other people and knowing how your actions affect other people around you. Okay? If you're saying something that's putting people off, that's hurting their feelings, that type of stuff, I don't do that. I try not to. Every now and then, because I just get on my high horse sometimes, I might be hurting somebody's feelings without realizing it. But purposely, I try not to do that. And one of the things that bugs me is when my wife and my daughter get into an argument. That just bugs the hell out of me. Y'all, because we're supposed to get along, man. And we're that's all we got is each other. And y'all are acting like da 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 da, and my wife's like, you know what, her little ass. Let me tell her little ass something, and da da da. And my wife, one day, my wife was telling her something, man, and she like, hey, let me tell you something, da 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 da. And Kristen turned and was walking away, and Kristen said, "Bitch." I was like, oh, shit, where my car keys at? I'm getting the hell out of here, man. You know, like, we're like, bitch. Damn. That's my girl right there, man. So anyway, that's Kristen. That's my daughter with cerebral palsy, man. She like, you bitch. I was like, damn, that's my girl right there. All right, so anyway, being able to just manage the relationships, guys, and all of that is what we've been talking about. Understanding people, understanding why they might be acting the way they are. And the person at the counter at the fast food restaurant, why was he acting like that? Gauging that and then trying to decide how to respond to the person. You know, the person that says the customer is always right, you know who that was? A customer. That's not true. Customer's always right. But when somebody's acting a fool with you at the front desk, does that give you permission to act a fool with them? No. Are they, do they know you have a responsibility to act professionally? And do they have that same responsibility? No. So they're going to stand there and push your buttons. How many of y'all have been in a relationship before where you lived with another person, your partner? Okay.
Yeah.
And did you know what their buttons were?
Pretty much.
And did you push them every now and then?
Yeah.
Just because you know what they are. Yeah. And something you have to know about Mr. Mahone. I can get pretty childish, y'all. I can. And if you let me know what your buttons are, I'm going to push them. Just because. That's not relationship management. Remember what I said? Never let them see you sweat. Don't be putting your business out there. There's this one lady. Our offices were like, this was the hallway. And my office was at the end of the hallway. Her office was right there. And on this side was a bathroom. And for some reason, she claimed that bathroom as hers. So one day I'm sitting in my office and I can hear this lady in the hallway. Now you boys are gonna have to remember to start raising the toilet or putting the toilet seat down after you use the bathroom and just yelling in the hallway. And I'm sitting in the hallway going, or I'm sitting in my office going, really? All right. You gonna put your button out there like that? I'm gonna push that button. So what do you think I did every time I left my office, headed down this hallway?
Put the toilet seat up.
Reach right in that bathroom and put that toilet seat up. And you can hear in the hallway again, you boys, how many times I got to tell y'all about this toilet seat? And And one day, she's right there in that hallway on her little high horse. And guess who's standing down here looking right at her? The big boss. Miss So-and-so, can I see you in my office, please? The hell is wrong with you on the hallway yelling and screaming like that? Have you lost your damn mind? Yeah. You put your buttons out there, I'm going to push them bad boys. Show you on my wife's button. See, my wife, she gets all like, you know, when she's got making a point, you know, she's got to get the finger going and the head going and all that. So I just wait until she's good into it, and I just do like this. Yeah. And then she gets all mad and comes out swinging and stuff. It works every time. It's been working for 37 years, y'all. All you got to do is do the lunge forward. Yeah, and that's the thing, y'all. I've never raised my hand to my wife. I don't know why she does that. But if I like lunge forward like that, she thinks I'm getting ready to hit her or something. So anyway, if anything, she hits me, man. One day she hit me on my hand, and I threatened to call the police on her. Hitting on me. Heifer. Anyway, yeah, that's my heifer. I mean, a heifer, punk, asshole, punk. You know, we call each other names like that. But anyway, that's because we've been married for so long. All right, so that is a little bit about relationship management. One, knowing what your buttons are and not letting people push them. There was a video on YouTube. This guy has pulling into like a strip mall where you pull right up to the sidewalk and park your car, and then you go into the store or whatever. And this lady was walking on the sidewalk with one of her kids. And she swears up and down that this guy pulled in and scared her kid. He's pulling in the park and scared her kid. So now she is just gone, y'all. I mean, nigger this, nigger that. He's sitting in his car with the phone going. That's why I ended up on YouTube, just filming this lady. And she won't stop. You nigger and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm going to call my boyfriend, and he's going to come over here, and he's going to kick your nigger ass. And she's on the phone with her boyfriend now. Yeah, this nigger in the parking lot, and da-da-da. And she just won't stop. Now, what is that man supposed to do? Get out and beat her up? And he's just sitting there. Look at this lady, y'all. And that's an example of not letting somebody else push your damn buttons. Because what would have happened if he'd have got out and hit that lady?
Assault charge.
And somebody else who had their phone out would have now got a video of this black man jumping out of his car hitting a white woman. And do you think when they post that, it's going to be show the name calling part? No. It's going to go right to the part of him jumping out the car and hitting this lady. If he'd have let her push his buttons. Jumping out your car with a baseball bat in your hand. This kind of stuff. So you're out of control. And it's going to be real easy to show in court that you're out of control. So the jury, oh, wait a minute, the person jumped out their car with a baseball bat? Why would you have a baseball bat in your car in the first place? That's not somebody who has it there to protect themselves, like my wife and her golf club. She sleeps with a golf club laying up against the bed like she's going to get up and golf club somebody. Anyway, you don't have that in your car to protect yourself, and that's what they'll tell people. But what do they have it for? So that I can grab it and intimidate somebody. And like I said, one day you're going to find yourself bringing a stick to a gunfight. Why you let somebody push your buttons like that? And the first part of that is knowing what your buttons are. And if you know that this particular word or this action is a button for you, then you need to learn how to rein that in and not let it upset you. I've been called a nigger at work by a coworker. Did it upset me? No. Well, first of all, she didn't say it to my face. I overheard it. But did it upset me? No. Did I have her ass fired? Yes. But I'm not going to get to that level with you. No. So includes interpersonal skills, being able to communicate clearly and convincingly, disarm conflicts, and build strong personal bonds. Now, that person at the restaurant, at the front counter, what should he have done when that man started getting a little bit out of control? First of all, let's say a couple of things that he said from the video clip. He said, "You've made me late already." How long has he been standing at that counter?
Yeah, few minutes, like a minute.
About less than a minute, but you've made me late. So what is he doing?
Placing blame on someone else.
He's pushing buttons. Why don't you just reach your hand in the cash register and give me my back? Brad.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Pushing and pushing.
Buttons. I'm so tired of dealing with incompetence. See, and all these weren't working, but he escalated. You see, I kept getting worse and more and more and more till he finally said, "You moron." This guy's just going to keep going until he finds that button. And he finally found it. Mister, if you don't shut up, I'm going to kick 100% of your ass.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, you see when the boss came out and fired him? Do you remember the look on the other guy's face, the customer's face? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Got you now, don't I, punk? Now, let me tell you a couple other something else that went wrong in that video. There is no way in hell I would discipline an employee in front of a customer. You lost your damn mind? I'm going to fire this guy because you're standing up here? No freaking way. And what you did was you just gave the power to that customer. Now, every time that man comes in that restaurant, he's going to have a problem with something. The tables are dirty. The bathroom smells. They took too long to give me my order. See, he's got the power now because he knows you're afraid of him. My reply to him would be, "Sir, yes, you can call my boss. Matter of fact, let me get you the number. Because I handle shit here, not you. Brad, can I see you in my office? And if I'm going to fire Brad, I'm not going to do it in front of you. I'm not going to give you the power like that." Now, what could Brad have done standing at that desk, seeing it escalating like that?
Just called for the manager.
Stepped in.
Tell him he's not going to deal, like he doesn't have to put up with that.
Wasn't the manager in the restroom, so he had to wait? Like, just hold on, sir.
No, the manager.
No, the friend was.
Yeah, the manager was back in his office.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he would have told him that he didn't have to put up with that. He could have, and then went for the manager or something.
He should have asked the manager.
Here's your out every time.
Yes, sir.
You excuse me for one moment. And no matter what they say, keep walking. Will you excuse me for just a minute? Turn and keep walking. Dennis, there's a customer out here you need to deal with.
And some people just want attention because I remember when I was a manager at Pizza Hut, there was a group of ladies that came and they would play a game and they would use the tables in the middle of the afternoon. And there was one lady, she was demanding and demanding, but she loved me because I was, oh yes, ma'am. Oh yeah, I can do that for you. Oh yeah, no problem. I would be rolling my eyes in the back of the store, but when I was in front of her, and then she would fold up $1 and put it in my hand like it was a big tip.
Like a
but
big
all
tip,
she
yeah.
all she wanted was attention, and that, you know,
people want to be made to feel important. And if you're feeling like you're slighting me in some way, or that you're ignoring me, or I'm not important to you, then you're going to have more people acting out. So you're out for everything. Will you excuse me for just a moment? And turn and walk, and no matter what they say next, keep walking. Don't respond. And that's self-management. How many of y'all don't like those people at the Walmart? Y'all know the ones. Excuse me, what cable service do you have? I cannot stand those people. They are so annoying. Matter of fact, my wife and I got in an argument with one of them one day. See, I was on the other aisle looking at something, and she was on this aisle looking at the books, right, in Walmart, back by the electronic part. And this guy came over and started talking to her while she's looking at the books, and she said, no, thank you, I'm not interested. Oh, you don't want to get a good deal on cable? She said, I told you I'm not interested. And he started to walk away. Now, I was coming the opposite direction as he was walking away. And he said to the other person, well, she don't have to get an attitude. And I said, she told your ass that she wasn't interested. You're the one with the fucking attitude. And we started back and forth, man. And my wife came over, come on, let's go. I said, no, let me tell this little asshole something. Okay. Nobody invited you to walk over and speak to anybody. You're the one that's being rude by interrupting and annoying people. I went to the manager, and the manager said, yeah, I told the manager, I said, listen, it's a damn shame. And that's why I was on the other aisle, by the way. It's a damn shame you have to go over an aisle to keep from encountering these people. And you know what the manager told me? She said, I know, I do the same thing. Now, so let me tell you how to handle those folks. No matter what they say to you, don't make eye contact with them and don't respond. If you're walking by and if you're having a conversation, keep having your conversation. Excuse me, what cables, can I ask you quickly? Just keep walking. Don't make eye contact. Don't respond to them. Just keep walking. And if they try to step in front of you, I know you're going to get out of my way. I know you didn't just step in front of me like that. You're going to get out of my way.
So what happens if I bump into him and then fall down?
Hey, that's on you. Hey, you know what? I didn't.
Is that Spectrum's fault? Is that Spectrum's fault now? You know,
I didn't see the dude. He got the step in front of me. I'm sorry. I knocked him on his ass.
I need to go to the hospital and all that now. Spectrum, will you take me?
Non-confrontational way. I always, if it's Time Warner Cable, I have you guys.
I would say anything to him. Just keep walking. Yeah, whatever cable
I don't, because then they
already have. Yeah, we tried
yeah,
that.
if you say already you have them, they'll be like, well, can I make sure that you're getting the best deal?
Yeah, well, what package do you have? And So you know what? Just don't make eye contact. Keep walking. Don't respond to them at all. One day I was coming out of the chow hall. This is when I was a drill instructor. And I just had an argument with this guy. His name was Began. I called him Bacon because he was such a jerk. Anyway. I'm walking away from the argument now. I'm like, you know what? This ain't even worth it. And I turned and I started to walk away. And you know, the Smokey the Bear hat, the big round one, that guy reaches up and he taps the back of my hat. So it slides down on my head like that. So I turned around and I grabbed his shirt and I started walking forward until he fell on his ass. And when he hit the ground, I kicked him. So now we're in the boss's office. Boss is yelling at the top of his lungs, man. Y'all supposed to be showing these damn trainees what it's supposed to be, professional and da-da-da-da-da. And I got you two assholes out there, blah-da-da-da-da-da. And you will make up. Do you understand me? You will squash this shit and you will make up right now. And Began said, I'm sorry, Sergeant Mahone, for hitting your hat. And I said, I'm sorry, Sergeant Bacon, for knocking you down and kicking you like the bitch that you are. And the boss said, Mom! Bacon. And then he's telling Beacon to get out. He said, Bacon, get out of here. Well, now you know I got to do something, right? I said, boss, whatever you do, it was worth it. So he gave me 30 days extra duty, But anyway, hit my hat. And then, yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry for knocking you down and kicking you for the bitch like the bitch that you are. Anyway, so that's emotional intelligence, y'all. Just managing relationships, managing yourself, and making sure that you're not the one that's causing drama in the workplace. All right. Now, this next one will be on your assessment, that word right there. Make it all red. Save that. A value refers to the importance a person attaches to something. We have all types of values. They usually come from our upbringing and our own personal morals, with the things that we decide are right and wrong. Now, what do you value in a relationship? If you're looking for a partner, what type of qualities, what do you value in that person? Or what are you looking for? Value.
Honesty.
Honesty.
Trust.
Okay.
Consistency.
Consistency. All right. Now, if you look at what you value in a partner, then you can translate those to life. That's probably the same thing you value in people in general. Honesty, trustworthiness, consistency. That's what you want in pretty much everything. So when you look at what you are looking for in a partner, now you translate that to life itself. And those are your values. Now, values can be different. Like some people value faith. And not just faith in a higher being, but faith in humanity itself. Faith in just people and the world. Some people value family. And that is one of my greatest values. I don't care what else the rest of the world does. We're the Mahomes. And we are family. And we are there for each other. And don't get me wrong now. I'll cut you off in a heartbeat if I think you're doing me wrong. And that's why I hardly ever talk to my mother and sister. So when I say family, I'm talking about the people that live in my house, the children that I've raised, and my partner. That's my family. Relationships. Some people value passion. In other words, just, you ever heard of somebody being passionate about their job? I'm really just heartfelt about doing a good job here. We had a teaching in service a few months ago, and I was asking the teachers, so how many of y'all are passionate about healthcare? And they kept raising their hands. Yes, me. Yes, I'm passionate about healthcare. Well, I'm glad to hear that. However, you don't work in healthcare right now. You're a teacher. How many of y'all are passionate about teaching? And that's me. Yes, when I was in healthcare, when I was a EMT, I was passionate about what I did. I was the one. I did not make mistakes. I was the one that would save your life. Now I don't do that anymore. I'm a teacher, and I'm passionate about teaching. So some people value passion, grit, the ability to stick with something, man, to do it and do it and do it until it's done. Don't give up. That's grit. And then excellence. Some people just got to be the best. And I guess that's a part of me, not competition wise. I don't have to be better than you, but I have to be the best that I can be. And if I feel that I am selling myself short, that means I'm selling you short. So I've got to be the best at what I do. When I say best, the best that I can be, not necessarily the best teacher in the building, but I will be the best teacher that I can be. So I value excellence. And you know what my biggest value is? Self-reliance. Don't be asking somebody to do it for you. Get out and do it yourself. There's that saying, if it is to be, then it has to be me. In other words, if it's going to be, I've got to do it. And that's my biggest value. I don't like people who try to rely on me or somebody else to get something done for them. My son came to me one day and we're playing a game called The Legend of Zelda, but it's a one-player game, so everybody's kind of playing their own little game through. And he come to me one day and he said, "Dad, where do you get the fourth jar?" I said, "It's there, son. Go and find it." "Why can't you just tell me?" "It's there. Go and find it." And he walked out with an attitude. But about an hour and a half later, you could hear him in the game room. "Ooh, ooh, oh boy, what are you doing?" "I found the fourth jar." Ha, 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 ha. Now, see, if I'd have told him where it was, he would have went and got it and kept on playing the game. But now he has the satisfaction of finding itself, the self-esteem to say, you know what, yeah, it was there and I can do it, and the grit to stick with it until he found the damn thing. So I value self-reliance, man. One day I overheard my wife tell him, you know, when Dad finds out, you're going to be in trouble. "What do you mean? Why are you in trouble now?" "You found out. Why does it have to be Dad?" So that bugged me. I'm like, you know what, man? Don't, you know, if he needs somebody getting his ass, then getting his ass. Don't wait till Dad gets home or wait until Dad finds out. He's in trouble right now because you found out. You going to give me the power or do you want the power? When I put it that way, she's like, okay. Yeah, she just wants me to be the bad guy is what it is. Because she's raised in one of those traditional families. I married a traditional woman, y'all. You know, traditional values, dad is this and mom is that and dot, dot, dot. So I don't do laundry. I don't wash dishes. I don't cook. Not because I insist that she does, but because she insists that she does. And at the same time, she doesn't put gas in her car. She will drive all the way home on E, park the car, and I need gas. Well, let me just get up and go get you some damn gas then. How many gas stations you pass on the way home? Well, I don't like having my hands smell like gas. That's a man thing. Babe, come move this for me. Girl, you better move that shit. No, you're the man. You need to come and move this. You need to do the grass. You need to dot, 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 dot. So anyway, she has all those traditional values. And so do I guess. So that's one of the reasons that, you know, we get along so well. She does all the housework. It's so bad, y'all. I'll be sitting there playing a video game and she'll be vacuuming. I'll lift my feet so she can vacuum under my feet. I'm not doing a damn thing. You do the housekeeping. Okay. But anyway, but I'm expected to keep up her car and wash her car and vacuum her car and dot, 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 dot. So when I do the cars, I got to do 2 cars. I can't just go wash my car. I got to take her car and do her car too. Well, I wash your damn drawers. You can wash my car. Like, whatever, Pop. All right, so anyway, those are values. Now, values are different based on all kinds of things, like where you live, the environment, the country, your cultural values, and your generational values, the age values between young people and older people. But the problem with us is that we are too quick to go for the good or bad. If something is different, why do we have the need to automatically assess which way is better? You do it this way, I do it that way. Which one is better? That's a need in us, and I don't know why. Sometimes different is just different. No one way is better than the other, it's just different. So don't be so quick to push the good or bad button, and just realize that sometimes different just means different.
I remember somebody got offended because they had told me how to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, there was another person inside the house. And I go, well, tell me how you do it. And they heard.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, why? I had already showed you. Why are you asking him? And I go, yeah. Well, you showed me your way. I showed his way. Now, if I can get something from you and something from him, and I make my own way, because I'm the one that's going to be here at the end of the hour by myself. You taught me. He taught me something, but I need to learn. I want to learn from everybody that I'm be working with.
Or when you ask somebody how to do something and they give it, and you don't do it that way. Well, why'd you even ask if you want? Because your way was stupid. Sorry.
Yeah.
So if you're going to get all bent out of shape, remember what I do? I will push that damn button, man. Why you ask if you wasn't going to do it the way? Because the way you said was stupid.
Or when somebody asks you for a favor to help and then you do it your way and they get pissed off and want you to do it their way.
Yeah. So again, it's just, sometimes different is just different, y'all. It's not always good or bad. Okay. Now, what about generational values? You see these two groups? They're both socializing. But look at how they're doing it. One group is face-to-face, intimate, contact, conversation. The other group, they don't need contact. They don't need to even be in the same room. But they call it the same thing, socializing. I myself don't understand the whole, Facebook, Twitter, tweet, whatever, MySpace, and all these other things. I would much rather have a conversation with you about it. I don't like email. And until we started the virtual classes, I didn't use email. If I wanted to talk to you, or if you wanted to talk to me, you came by my office or my classroom. And Ms. Paz does that today. She'll walk right in here, and instead of sending me an email, I'll walk right in. There'll be a note right here saying, come by my office when you finish. Yeah. Because she knows that's one of my values, man. If you want to talk to me, we can get it done face-to-face in about a minute. Or we can do an hour and a half of back and forth in the freaking emails. So I just don't understand the whole electronic socializing thing. And I probably wouldn't be very good at it. My son told me one day, he was talking about this girlfriend. I was like, son, when are you going to bring her back? Oh, she live in Alaska. Well, how the hell is that your girlfriend? Well, we're da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, boy, you ain't hitting it. How's that your girlfriend? You better recognize up in Alaska. You better get out of here with that mess. That's your girlfriend. Anyway, so I don't like the whole, way y'all socialize. I know y'all can do it. It's just not for me. And my wife keeps up with my oldest daughter on Facebook. So she just follows her Facebook. So what's she doing now? She's in Costa Rica. How the hell she get to Costa Rica? Well, da-da-da-da-da. So anyway, that's my social butterfly, my oldest daughter. But all her socializing is electronic like that. And I just don't get it. I would much rather my wife and I and our friends, we go out and have a glass of wine and sit and talk and have a good time. But again, I don't fault y'all for doing it because it's the era or that y'all were brought up in. So I don't fault y'all for doing it. I just can't get into it, the whole electronic socialization, social media, and all that mess. All right, our values come from our family, church, unfortunately, the media. See, through the media, your kids learn what fat is. And we have all these folks out here thinking they have to look like a French model in order to be attractive. The media tells us what's attractive. And try watching try watching the Mexican news stations, man, and find somebody that doesn't have big boobs. I don't know what it is about Mexican TV, but everybody's got big boobs. But so our friends, and unfortunately, your children, see, you're not going to be their guide. Their guide is going to be I can't try to remember. Josh. Tell your boy, I'm trying to tell my son, so, but Josh said, You mean Josh, the same person is 12 years old like you and got as much life experience as you do, but you're willing to go with what Josh said. So they get their values from their friends, but also there it is, the social media, y'all. And what you're seeing out there that other people are blah, blah, blah. Now, do your values sometimes conflict with the job? Where the job say that one thing is appropriate, but you feel that thing is not appropriate, or vice versa. You feel that something's acceptable, but the job says it's not a behavior. Like this lady right here. I don't know if y'all recognize this lady. It's been a while since she was in the news. But she was the county clerk at whatever state or city that she was working in. And that state had deemed same-sex marriage to be legal. And that same-sex couples could go down and apply for a marriage license. Remember, it's the county clerk who issues marriage licenses. And she refused to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples, even though it was the law in the state. Now, this person that's talking to her has been turned down for a same-sex marriage license. And she's trying to explain to him that it goes against her personal values. All right. The judge issued a court order telling her you will issue licenses to same-sex marriage or same-sex couples. That is the law in the state, and you will abide by the law. She refused. And as a result, the judge found her in contempt of court and sentenced her to however many days in jail. Okay. Now, this is the person who would now say that I was jailed for my beliefs. And that's not true. You were jailed because you broke the law.
For not doing their job.
So don't try and, play on people's sympathies or empathies. I was jailed because I upheld my principles. No, you were jailed because you broke the law.
Was she the only county clerk in that time?
No, she was the manager of the office there, and she wouldn't let the other people do it either.
No, that's the problem.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. If I was your manager and you had come to me and you had said, Mr. Mahone, this is totally against my principles, and I really don't want to get involved in it, I would have said, fine, you don't have to. But your office will issue those licenses.
Right.
And you personally can step away from it. But she refused. And again, this is the person who will say that I was jailed because of my beliefs. Remember, you can't be held accountable for your beliefs, only your actions. And
my friend looked at me funny one time because I told her, no, I'm not going to marry you, but I'll go to the wedding. I'll go support you, but I'm not going to marry you. I can't marry you.
Yeah, yeah. If it
She still loves me.
Yeah, if it goes against your principles, then you personally don't have to get involved in it. And that would have been my answer to her. But you're violating law by not letting the people get the marriage licenses. So that is an instance where your personal values might conflict with the laws of the land, in which case, don't get personally involved in it. But are you going to change the law? Probably not. Can you try? Yes. That's what makes America great. So anyway, that is our understanding individual differences. Now, if you take anything away from this lesson, take away the idea that you have to get along with people. Whether you like the person or not, you're going to have to get along. If I could work next to the staunchest racist in the world, as long as their actions are appropriate. I really don't care if you don't like me, as long as we can come in together and get this damn job done. So you have to get along with people. That's all there is to it. And you have to work to get along with people. Have y'all, anybody who's been in a relationship know that relationships are work, aren't they? Yeah. You can't just come together and expect everything to just always work out. You know how many times I've left my wife in 37 years? At least 37 times. Way more than that, man. I'm like, you know what? I had it. I'm done. I'm out. I'm done with you. And just walk out the door and never get farther than the front porch. I just sit out on the front porch and sulk for about an hour. And it just gets on my nerves that the way that, like, I'm upset, but she's walking around like she's not upset. Mm-hmm. I'm like,
hey, Mr. Mahone, how you walk back in the house, though? How do you walk back in the house?
Ask what's for dinner. Walk right back in, what's for dinner. You know, and you know what? It's to the point, too, where we don't even have to apologize anymore. It's just like we'll have the argument and then say, okay, what's for dinner? That's my son. My son and I got into a big argument one day. And he comes to me afterwards. He said, Dad, I apologize. I said, son, you don't have to apologize to me. We're family. Just, you know, we smooth it over and we move on, but apologies are not necessary. You know, I don't think so anyway. So we get into an argument. Nobody has to apologize. We just go back to normal life, man. So anyway, getting along with people is like a relationship, y'all. It's like a marriage, if you will. And it takes work to understand yourself, to not let it show, even when you are upset about something, not let that show, you know, and just get along with people. When Miss Paz first got here, y'all, we had a big argument, she and I. And afterwards, now we're the best of friends. But just because you disagree with somebody or have an argument with somebody doesn't mean the relationship is over. Doesn't mean you have to quit your job now, or you have to move out of the house. Sometimes it just takes a little getting used to each other, smoothing each other over. Probably the reason that we had that conflict was because we are so much alike in our ideas about wanting to make the best school possible. So that is values and beliefs, and then our understanding individual differences. Remember that everybody's different, y'all. And if you learn to appreciate those differences, let me ask you something now. What would the world be like if everybody was the same?
You have a lot of problems. Everybody trying to be a boss.
It'd be gray and black. It'd be boring.
It'd be bland.
Yep.
So our idiosyncrasies, our craziness, if you will, that's what makes the world, man. And sometimes I have to stop and remind myself that, you know what, it takes people to make the world, and people will always be different. If everybody was the same, it'd be a pretty boring freaking planet. Yeah.
Sometimes you got some of the roses, right? Even the dead ones.
Yeah. Now, there are all these differences in religion. If people would just stop looking at the differences and start looking at the things that all these religions have in common.
Yeah, all the similarities, right? It's all the same pretty much.
And that's when it can all start coming together.
Yep.
Like the fact that I don't care what the religion today, there's only one God in all those religions.
Mm-hmm.
In your religion, you call God this, we call him by that name. But there you go.
Kingdom, that's right, just the kingdom.
If you look at the creationism stories, they're all real similar. I mean, real similar. We have Adam and Eve, they had Pandora, you know, but they all fall in line. So if they stop looking at the differences and start looking at, like Chris said, the similarities, that's when we get past some of this stuff. All right, so again, start looking more for what we have in common than how we're different. And you'll start to see things just all falling in line. All right, so that's individual difference. We're going to take another break. And when we come back, we'll continue into the second part of this lesson, which is professional development. Law and ethics, individual differences, professional development are all one test. And that's why we haven't mentioned a test for this yet. And I don't give a whole lot of homework for this stuff. I'll probably send out a little something, but not a whole lot of homework in this area. All right, so let's take another break. It's 10 till, let's come back at 10 after, that give us 20 minutes. And we will be looking at professional development. I'll go on and email that now so you can have the handout. And there's no PowerPoint for professional development, so we'll be talking strictly from the handout.
Some Cheetos too. You want some Cheetos? Cheetos, you want some?
Right there. Okay. Guys, when you get these handouts, download them right away, because the cloud is sometimes waiting for any edits that y'all do to them. Don't edit my documents, just download them or print them and then make it yours. So it's not trying to change the ones that I have up in the cloud.
That's the review?
No, this is the
Or the
next
PowerPoint?
this is the next lesson we'll be talking from. There's no PowerPoint for this one. So we'll be talking straight from this handout. And this is and by the way, guess who wrote this handout?
You.
Yeah, I write this stuff myself. So the same one, the understanding individual differences, I wrote that. Yeah. All right, so anyway, there you go. Let me get off my stop bragging. Inbox, I've got what is that? Okay, no problem there. And then I have these assignments coming in from people. All right, and I'll get those sorted out tonight. And I can delete that one. Okay. All right, so come back at 10 after.
Everybody good?
Yes, I'm a little confused. Okay, so the next part, we're not going to have a PowerPoint?
No, he said no.
No.
Okay, so the thing that he sent us, is that something we should review, or?
Yes.
He wants you to
Okay.
download it.
Oh, we have to download that.
Download it. But it's crazy because I guess I gotta wait because I'm trying to go into my drive where I download everything, but it's not letting me because I'm on Zoom. I got an old PC.
While you on here, you ain't gonna be able to do nothing.
Yeah.
I tried. Yeah, done that one. I'm serious. I tried. Because I had to stop some of that Facebook stuff from coming through my phone while I'm on here. That's what I was really doing, y'all. I got a lot of business I got to get taken care of. They just lost the drug in school and lost my driver's license. I'm so mad.
You lost your driver's license.
Hopefully they'll replace it and
It's sent off for my social, and the receipt came back in for the social. No driver's license in it. So this shit here kind of stressful on God. It is. Cause I be trying to, and then your stuff, your computer, your devices, they get overloaded with this shit. Like, I mean, like it is. It's kind of fucked up. Really, it does. Cause you can't do nothing without your shit being full, you know. Or either if you're recording right now, you can't do nothing. You can't even do none of that shit. PowerPoint, nothing.
You doing everything from the phone right now?
They should have gave us fucking laptops. All that money, the student loans and stuff we put out there, they could have gave us some laptops though. I don't care. I don't got my own laptop. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, no, that's true. You're right.
Me
I
either.
agree with
I'm
the
on my
laptop.
phone and I don't know how the hell to download it to my phone.
Especially for the ones that don't have laptops, or computers, desktops.
Hope good luck. I hope you got some space on it, motherfucker.
I have to do myself. I have to do Zoom on my laptop, and then I
No, I'm dead serious. Y'all. I'm dead serious. I get that. Chrissy know how Chrissy's gonna say, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Okay, Chrissy.
Hell no, I'm not okay. I'm mad. I don't got no tacos. I don't got no tacos, and my PC don't want to let me download nothing.
Wait, Joe. What you say? Yeah, I'm mad. I ain't got no tacos. Shit. Okay.
Do you have like I don't know? It's because I got the Kindle, and the Kindle I'm able to go through my emails. And once I open up the email, I can see it.
It's just a whole bunch of papers. Like, I think it's kind of what I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. If you can't, we can screenshot it and put it on a group chat. Because it's like 27 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just downloaded?
A lot of pages.
I can't download this to my phone, guys.
I'm printing it. It's a lot of pages.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard test.
Wait, are we talking about the quizzes?
We can't.
No,
I can't.
The review he's gonna send us for this test that's coming
I
up.
got it, but maybe you know what? I'll try to see if I can screenshot. It's like 27 pages, and then put them in the group chat. So maybe you can keep it that way. I mean, you don't have to download it at least.
That would help so much. Thank you.
I'm gonna try right now.
I'll be back, guys.
Is he gonna send a review for the quiz that he sent already or no?
For the roots?
You ready?
Yes.
Yeah, he sent those to us already.
He sent a review for that?
For the words, yeah. I could put them in the group chat for you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Are we still on break?
Yeah.
How much longer?
Honestly, I don't even know, but nobody's come back yet.
Heard. Thank you. I was watching a clip. I forgot. I was in class.
All right.
Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
All right. Good to see y'all back. Y'all not gonna believe what just happened to me.
What?
You got shot at.
You had
what
to-
happened, Mr. Mahone?
You had to
You
yell
got
at
shot at,
somebody.
Mr. Mahone. What happened?
You know,
You
I
had
don't
to-
have to yell at anybody. But
What happened, Mr. Mahone? What happened?
Oh, okay. All right. Y'all want to know? Okay. So anyway,
Hear everything.
Miss Paz just met me in the hallway. She had a resume in her hand. She said, "Mr. Mahone, have you ever heard of this person?" And she said the person's name. I was like, "What do you think I said?" "If you hire him today, I'm quitting tomorrow."
Is the same guy came back?
For real. That guy worked here at Quest in 2014. And I will not work with that man again. He asked one of my favorite teachers, Miss Mull. He asked Miss Mull, who's a Filipino lady. He asked Miss Mull why all Filipino ladies are gold diggers.
Oh, MG, how rude.
So I called him in the office and I said, "Did you say that to Miss Mull?" And he said, "Well, they are. I was just trying to find out why, whether it's a cultural thing or something." And I said, "Sir, we don't need you anymore." So I fired him.
What did he say?
Yeah, I fired him in 2015. So I don't know what the hell he's even doing applying, but I couldn't stop laughing there because I just thought we just talked about something like that in class, and that's where we're going now, into professional development. And again, there is no PowerPoint for this, so it's strictly text. And I'll bring up the text here right now. Where am I going? I'm going over here. No, I'm going over here. Here I'm going.
Mr. Mahone.
Yes.
What did he say about Filipino women?
They're all gold diggers. Yeah. Okay. So that's where we're going now, into professional development. What it means to be a professional. And part of that is not walking around insulting people by asking them why their group is all gold diggers or whatever. But anyway, and we'll talk about a little bit of some of that today too, or in this lesson as well, stereotyping and what that is and when we're doing it and not doing it. So anyway, during this lesson, we're going to be going into what does it mean when we talk about a person's character? What are we saying about them? All right. So what is a person's character? You see it highlighted right there in front of you. Let me see. Well, I want to zoom this up a little bit. View. Let's zoom it. Zoom. And let's take it up to 200%. See what that looks like. All right. Yeah, we can still do that. Okay. What are we talking about when we're talking about a person's character? Well, there it is. An individual's pattern of behavior or personality. And the word pattern there is important. Pattern of personality or behavior. In other words, what kind of person are you? Remember when I said that when I had told Jerome about Mr. Reynolds calling me a jigaboo, and Jerome started talking about this and that, and I would have done this and I would have done that. It told me something about Jerome's character, what kind of person you are. Now, sometimes somebody can do something insignificant, something that seems small or simple to the people around them, and be fired for it. Because it's not a matter of what you did. It's what doing that thing says about you. If you did that thing, what else would you do? So even if it's a small thing, it speaks to your character, what kind of person you are. If you steal 50 cents from somebody, guess what? You're a thief. I don't care whether it's 50 cents or $50. you're a thief. Which means brings me back to when I went over to Greece to get that ER ready for inspection. And in the first meeting with those folks, this is the place with the, you know, Smith Jones and Jones Smith and all this stuff going on. So anyway, in my first meeting with those folks, one of the people, this one guy, is at the back of the meeting or the back of the room, rocked back in the chair. You know how they do when they raise the front legs of the chair off the floor? He's rocked back in the chair against the wall like this. Now, I'd already recognized that this dude was a shift leader there. And this is how you know, sit in my meeting. Anyway, so he's rocked back on the chair, leaning against the wall. And I figure, you know, I'll talk to him after the meeting. So I go on and I'm talking about, I notice y'all do have a refrigerator here, a staff refrigerator, and we're gonna have to have that cleaned out every Friday night. So make sure that you take your stuff out of there before the weekend, otherwise, because we don't want to throw your stuff away. So it will be cleaned out every Friday, so make sure you get your stuff out of there on Fridays before you leave or whatever. And this guy says, and don't forget, no name, fair game. And I say, excuse me, what did you say? No name, fair game. I said, well, let me tell you something. If you didn't put it in there, you don't take it out. People don't have to write their name on something. If you didn't put it in there, don't take it out. That's theft. And I went to move on, and he said, overreacting a little bit, ain't you, Sarge? And I said, guys, listen, we're going to suspend this meeting right now. You, come on down to my office and talk to me. You lost your damn mind. And unfortunately, when you go into a place like that, guys, you have to fire somebody. I'm sorry. You've got to fire somebody just to make your point. And thank you for making it easy, Mr. No Name, fair game. And that's what we said. I said to him when we went in the office. I walked in. First of all, I went in and sat down, and he tried to sit down. I said, no, what you doing? You don't sit down. You stand your ass on the other side of that desk. And now let me tell you this. I want to thank you for making it easy for me. Oh, yeah. Get your shit and get out of here, man. You lost your damn mind. You're going to speak to me like that in a meeting? You better get out of here, Slick, before I start charging you with shit. We're in the military. We don't play that shit. Overreacting at you a little bit, Sarge. Come on down to my office. Let's talk about that. So anyway, that person told me a lot about their character. Remember what you that old saying that you can keep your mouth shut and let people think you're stupid, or you can open your mouth and remove all doubt. Thank you for removing all doubt, because I'm not going to have that. So anyway, and that's another kind of lesson, guys. Keep your mouth shut until you learn how things work. When you go out there to that extern site or to your new job, those people should barely hear your voice until you got it all figured out. Once you got it figured out, that's when you can start doing this. Until then, zip it, listen, and see how things work there. That man could have sat in that meeting for about 15 minutes with his mouth shut and would have walked out of there realizing that this is not the time to play. This is sink or swim time. We've got 6 months to get ready. But instead, opening that mouth and removing all doubt. So even something small that you do tells us what kind of person you are. Have you ever seen somebody with the tattoo, only God can judge me? Yeah, my nephew has one of those. Only God can judge me. That's not true. People judge you on your actions every day. People judge you on your behavior every day. Now, if you don't care about that judgment, then okay. Well, what kind of career you're going to have in your life? If you're walking around thinking I can say or do anything I want because only God can judge me, that's not true. You're judged on your behavior all the time. So character is an individual's pattern of behavior or personality. If you're saying that somebody has a good character, then you're saying they're a good person. They have a reputation for being honest, for being diligent, for being conscientious. They have qualities that we admire in people. If you're seeing somebody has a poor character, then you're saying things like they aren't trustworthy, that they aren't reliable, that they can't get the job done for us, or they're just bad people, man. They're always causing drama. They're prejudiced about something, or let me rephrase that, they are openly prejudiced about something, but they have poor character. And it's not somebody you want to be associating with. And I know y'all have heard of the phrase guilt by association. We also judge you by your choice in people that are around you. And nobody saw that with Aaron Hernandez. You know what I'm talking about, the football player? How in the hell are you hanging out with gangsters?
Nah, but he was beat when he was a kid, though. He wasn't all there. He
He had some issues.
He had brain damage when he was like 15, 14 years old.
And
it wasn't his fault. He was beaten up since he was like 6.
But that should have been a warning sign.
You're right. Very right on that one.
You're hanging out with these people? What kind of person are you? Because your values must fall in line with theirs. So if you're hanging out with people who are just openly prejudiced, your values must fall in line with theirs. Guilt by association. So a person's reputation, moral constitution, or your moral compass. In other words, our morals are how we decide what's right and wrong. And if your moral compass is skewed, that means that you are off center, where you might steal something if you think the situation is appropriate. Like take somebody's lunch out of the freaking refrigerator. You know, as y'all can probably imagine, I've had my something, you know, food, drinks, and that type of stuff taken from refrigerators before. So when Wingnut said no name, fair game, what was he doing? He was pushing one of my buttons. And I tried to be nice. If you didn't put it in there, don't take it out. That's theft. So anyway, that was just one of my buttons that he just happened to push at the wrong time. I was unhappy about being there anyway. I didn't want to go back to Greece. Been there, done that. The commander of the hospital, when I left, he was still the commander. And he knew that I had been an inspector before. So when they were trying to figure out who to bring over there to get it squared away, my name came up. And I got short notice orders to Greece. We had just bought a house and all this mess. I did not want to go back. I had an attitude about being there in the first place. And I'm here because of y'all. And unfortunately, I had to fire somebody. I went into it knowing that I got to fire somebody just to show the point. And he was a shift leader. So when I come in and fire a shift leader, people get the message. All right, so anyway, personal values, a high degree of worth to the individual, highly desirable, worthy of that person's esteem. A person's character and values give direction to one's behavior and ultimately result in your reputation. Character in the view of the public or community, whether favorable or not. So your reputation. How long does it take to develop a reputation? Sometimes it takes years. But how long does it take to ruin one? Seconds. One action, one poor decision, one lapse in behavior, and there you go. Your reputation is ruined. Each year, businesses throughout the country, employees are responsible for stealing millions of dollars worth of goods and services, but they wouldn't call it stealing. See, we try to make it nice and say things like pilfering. It's still theft. You didn't pay for it. You took it. Now, how many people do you think might be employed by, for example, a company like Walmart worldwide? Would you say hundreds of thousands of people? Now, what if each one of those people stole something less than 50 cents each? How much money would that come up to? The military did a study on the military ink pens, Skillcraft, pretty decent ink pens, man. I wrote with them for years and never had a problem with, But anyway, you go to work, you pick a pen up out the drawer, you put it in your pocket, you go home, you take it out your pocket, you put it on the dresser. You didn't steal it, did you? So the next day, rather than take the one off your dresser, you go to work, you take another one out the drawer, put it in your pocket, go home, drop it on the dresser. If you go to my house right now, because my wife works on base, if you go in my house right now, I promise you, you'll find at least a dozen of those ink pens. How much does the military pay for those? A quarter a piece, 50 cents a piece? Well, what happens if everybody takes 10 of them? How much does that cost you? Because in the military, you're talking about millions of people. That includes the entire Department of Defense. You're talking about millions of people. And if everybody takes an ink pen, how much is that costing? So people are stealing millions of dollars worth of goods and services. Have you ever let somebody use your discount at the place where you work? You get the employee discount, let somebody else use it. Or on base, there's no taxes on base. Now that doesn't really come into, doesn't make a whole lot of difference when you're buying a soda or something like that. But when you're buying a $500 TV set, that's $50 in taxes. Well, $48, $49, or $48, $47 in taxes. So you think military people ever buy something for their friend on base? Or for a family member on base so that they don't have to pay the taxes? Hidden video cameras in hospitals, employees stealing computers, office supplies, syringes, medications, or patients' personal possessions. My wife worked over at a assisted living place up on Jackson Keller, Vance Jackson, one of those two. I get those two confused. But up on one of those streets. And one of the client's daughter came to my wife one day. She was the charge nurse of one of the wards there, or one of the living areas. And she came to my wife and she told my wife that her mother's diamond ring was missing. So my wife took that to her boss. And she said, Miss So-and-so's daughter reported her ring missing. And her boss said, well, you have to expect that kind of stuff to happen in a place like this. And my wife said, no, you don't. And she quit that day. She came home to us and said, I was worried, babe. Oh, I quit. What? How the hell you quit your damn job? I have another job tomorrow. And then her ass had another job tomorrow. But anyway, and I was even madder then because it didn't make my point. Point is, you can't just be quitting a job, babe. You got to have a plan. Remember, I told her she's an optimist. Like, you got to have a plan, man. You can't just walk out on the job like that. But she wasn't having it, man. No, that does not have to happen. And I'm not going to work in a place where you think it's just okay for somebody to steal a patient's ring or a client's ring. So stealing computers, office supplies. It might start with, you know what, I need a mouse. My mouse at home broke. I need a mouse. So you just take a mouse. Then it becomes a keyboard. Next thing you know, you walk out with monitors, CPUs. It doesn't matter. It's only coming from the company. It's a big company. They can afford it. But what if everybody's doing it? So employees are captured on videotape, sometimes sleeping at work, watching television, having sex. I couldn't imagine. And let me tell you how I would do it. Come on in my office, have a seat. Have a seat. Someone to talk to you about. And I'm going to turn the screen around and run the video for you. You want to tell me about that? If something like that ever happened to me, personally, just get up and walk out, y'all. Ain't no answer. Ain't no, well, we just felt the moment. No, get up and walk out because your job is over. And now they're just gloating. So if you were, my boss would have turned around and say, Mo, you want to tell me about this? You wouldn't hear a single word from me. I'd just get up out the chair and walk out and go look for a damn job. And it surprises me that other people wouldn't. That you would just sit there and wonder, oh, well, do I still have a job? No, get up and walk out. And what I call go quietly into the night. All right, so anyway, falsifying information on job applications, overstating their education or work experience, countless numbers of fraudulent workmen's compensation claims, arguments, fist fights, workplace violence, sexual harassment. All of this stuff is becoming commonplace in the workplace, y'all. Building personnel, they upcode claims, meaning that they charge you for something extra that they shouldn't have charged you for, and so on. To increase insurance reimbursements. And they think that it's no big deal because it's coming from the insurance company. Managers are increasingly involved in conflict of interest situations. In other words, you are looking for a new scrub supplier for the hospital. And turns out that your wife's cousin is a supplier for scrubs. And you give them the contract. That's a conflict of interest. You want to talk about one cool one? Take us back to Mr. Trump. When Trump drove his daddy's $400 million company into bankruptcy in less than 10 years, he got a contract to build all the services for New York City, all the service buildings, libraries, fire departments, police stations, public schools, all of that. How did he get that contract as the head of a bankrupt company?
He knew somebody, or somebody knew his dad.
You know who signed the contract? The mayor of New York City at the time, Rudy Giuliani.
I forgot the guy who it was. It was some mobster guy. He was baptized.
No, it was Rudy Giuliani.
And he became his private lawyer.
Now he's his private lawyer. You see how the good old boy thing works? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. They were homies. Got that contract. And how much do you think Rudy Giuliani is making right now as Trump's private lawyer?
Millions.
Millions of dollars.
Millions.
And guess what? I gave you that contract. What are you going to do for me now? You're seeing how it works. There are businessmen running the country, and that's how business works. I'm not saying it's good, bad, or whatever. It's how business works. And now you're seeing that there are businessmen running the country. It's not politics.
And I don't think it's wrong because, like, say, like the group that we have, School Nerds, we know each other. So if a position opened up, I would probably, hey, you know what, who wants to jump? Because I know them.
Yeah. We call it a network. So that is, but is it considered a conflict of interest? Sure. Because you're giving this contract not to the lowest bidder or the best person that can get the job done. You're giving it to your homie. It's conflict of interest. So anyway, it's no wonder that employers are placing more and more emphasis on the character of their employees. You can expect to take character assessments when you're hired for new jobs today. A character assessment is like the MMPI personality thing, but they're trying to glean something about what kind of person you are. And some of those questions might be something like, true or false, I never speed in my car. If you said true to that, does it imply you might be lying? Because almost everybody speeds sometimes. Is it unfair? Yes, because there are women out there, people out there like my wife, who doesn't speed in her car. And she would answer true to that question. And they might be looking at her like, oh, you're just saying what you think you need to say in order to get the job. Character assessments, you won't be able to see the results of those. In other words, they do a character assessment and then they'll either hire you or not. I took a character assessment to be hired here, of course, but I never saw the results of it. But I have seen the results of other people that I've hired when I was in that office, the results of their character assessments. So I know how they're reported, but I never get a chance to see your own. They're trying to reduce things like theft, absenteeism, dishonesty, workplace violence, substance abuse, safety infractions, negligence, or just simply low productivity. People just not getting the damn job done for us. If they are hiring and praising, y'all can see I wrote this because there are some typos in there. Get that out. They are hiring, praising, and promoting for character today. Has anybody ever, I can't remember this movie. I saw it as a part of a seminar that I attended, but they just used a clip from this movie, and it was about character. There's a Hispanic guy, middle-aged guy, and I guess the place they worked was some type of warehouse or shipping company or something like that. And the two managers call him into the office. And these are, you know, white guys, shirt and tie, the white collar workers, and talking to the blue collar worker. So we're thinking about promoting somebody to, you know, manager over the warehouse or whatever. And we're really considering you for the position. However, we need a team player in that position, meaning that we might need you to fudge some numbers every now and then just to make everything work out at the end of the month.
Christian movie called Courageous.
Is that what it was? Okay. Just to make things work out at the end of the month. Okay. And he asked him if he could take time to think about it, and they said sure. So he went home and he talked to his wife about it that night. And she was saying, you know, they're the bosses, you know, it's their company. I would do it and take the job and be grateful for it. He went back the next day and told them he couldn't take the job because it went against his values and morals. And they both looked at each other, kind of grinned a little bit, and they looked back and said, the job is yours if you want it. In other words, they were testing it. If he'd have come back and said, sure, I can do that, no problem, they might have let him go. Because it says something about your character. So they're trying to see what kind of person he was. Are you the kind of person that would do that? And when he said no, they offered him the position. So people will assess your character like that. Anybody ever work cash register? Anybody? All right. Did you know that if their drawer is over at the end of the shift, it's just as bad as it being under? And the boss might, when you're not looking, say they need to do something with your drawer and stick an extra $5 in there and see what you do with it at the end of the shift. And when you come in and say, everything's tallied out, boss, my drawer is even, just like it should, no problem. You say, really? Because you should be $5 over. Because I slipped an extra $5 in your drawer. What happened to it? So more and more employers are testing people's character. I've never done that myself, but I can understand the reasoning behind it. Me, myself, I think I'm just a good judge of character as far as I look at all those little things you do. And if you're a bad person, it'll come out. It'll all come out in the wash. That's another one of my favorite sayings. It'll all come out in the wash, man. So I don't have to test you. It'll all come out. How do character, values, reputations, morals, integrity, and trustworthiness apply to you as a person? How do they affect your approach to work? Do you know the difference between right and wrong? Sounds like a dumb question, doesn't it? Do you know the difference between right and wrong in a professional environment? Are you an honest person? Can you be trusted? If you make a bad decision, can you overcome it and get back on track? What do you do if you make a mistake at work? Do you own up to it, even though you might lose your job? Or do you try and cover it up and lie your way out of it? Do you try to get over? See, that was the thing when I was growing up. You got to be getting over. Yeah. You got to be out there beating and hustling and getting, You got to be out there getting over on the world, like a fat rat in a cheese factory, Okay. It never occurred to us to be honest. That wasn't it. Man, that's dumb. You see, if you had a chance to steal something and you don't, that's stupid. I would have got that. Ain't no way. What, was you scared? You a punk? If you had a chance to get over and you didn't, look at you. Ugh, that was a bad person. That was stupid. You should have got that money. You know, one time I cashed my paycheck twice. Matter of fact, more than one time. Because at the restaurant where I was working, they would let you cash a check at the bar. So I would go up to the bar, cash the paycheck, and then the bartender would take the check and put it back on the boss's desk. You go right around the boss's office. They didn't stamp it or anything, just took it, put it on the boss's desk. You go right around the boss's office, pick that check up, go right back out, and I'll go cash it at the bank. I was cashing, I did that 3 or 4 times. And I don't know why they didn't catch on. But that restaurant eventually went bankrupt. They shut down. So there you go. How they managed their money. They didn't notice that paychecks were being cashed twice. No wonder your place went bankrupt. And it wasn't just me. I was turned on to that by a different employee, one of my homeboys. So we were both doing it. And nobody ever came to us and asked us about cashing that check twice like that. So anyway, we mentioned reputation. No single factor more important than being recognized as a professional than your reputation. And if you've developed a reputation over time of lying, cheating, stealing, or whatever, then that's how people are going to view you, as a liar. Even if it's simple lies or little white lies, you're still telling lies. If you're stealing a nickel, you're a thief. If you tell a little lie, you're a liar. So, if you develop a pattern of behavior of lying, cheating, stealing, taking advantage of other people, then that's going to be your reputation. All right. Now, when somebody makes a bad decision, does that mean they're a bad person?
No.
But you have to look at what led to that decision as well. For example, what was she, 22-year-old, 23-year-old, whatever, she's a grown woman, a 20-ish year old lady, young lady, decides that it's a good decision to go to Mike Tyson's room, hotel room, at 3 o'clock in the morning. And we're just going to talk. Is that a good decision? Now, let me tell you something. If that man put his hands on that lady and she didn't want him to, then yeah, he should be in jail. But after putting him in jail, I'm gonna want to talk to you. What about you made you think that that was a good decision? To go to this person's room at 3 o'clock in the morning and expect to just talk. So yeah, I'm gonna put his butt in jail, but I'm also going to want to ask you, what led you to that decision? That was a poor decision. So, and when you're making poor decisions out there, that makes us wonder, what your thought process is. Okay. All right. So I just make sure that wasn't something I need to do right now. All right. So what are things that we should consider when we make decisions? That's going to bring us to a psychiatrist, psychologist named Sigmund Freud. Y'all may have heard of Freud before. Now, unfortunately, most of Freud's theories have been discounted today. They were made at a time when we didn't have the wisdom that we have today. And they led to some of that wisdom, but many of his theories have been discounted. However, there is one that still rings true, and it is something we still teach today. And that's referred to as the id, the ego, and the superego. 3 divisions of the psyche or the mind in which we use to make decisions. And Freud theorized that all decisions should be weighed by these 3 different levels of our mind or psyche. And the first is pronounced the id. It doesn't stand for anything. It's not an acronym or anything. It's just the id. The id is a primary and instinctive component of our personality. It is our biological thinking, our basest desires. Is it desirable for you? If it is, then it's the first thing that leads to the decision of, I want that thing. For example, let's do a scenario. It's Friday afternoon, and the bosses, or it's Thursday afternoon, excuse me, it's Thursday, and the bosses are all going to a seminar tomorrow. All the doctors, the office manager, they're going to a seminar down in San Marcos tomorrow, so they're not going to be here. They're not going to see any patients that day. So the boss pulls you to the side and says, listen, Mahone, I want you to kind of take the reins tomorrow. You'll be in charge. I want you to, do everything like you normally do. Go home at the normal time. Y'all go on and get everything cleaned up, get the records pulled from Monday's appointments and and we'll see you on Monday morning. All right. So you are the man. All right. It's Friday now. It's y'all supposed to leave at 4:30. It's about 3:35. And people are looking at you. Hey, Mahone, everything's done, man. All the records are pulled. Everything's cleaned up. The boss away. The mic should play. Well, we're going to get out of here. You in charge. Now, your id is talking to you. Because, yeah, it would be nice to get out of here early. I could get home and get my feet up for 20 minutes before the kids show up. I can stop by Walmart on the way home and So it would be nice to get out of here early. That's your id talking to you. It's the first part of a decision. Is the thing desirable to you? If you were coming to, I usually use them when we're coming to the campus every morning, but at 6 o'clock in the morning, when it's time to get up and come to school, that's when your id is not just talking to you, it's screaming to you. Man, I do not want to go in. I don't want to get up. I don't want to go to the car. It's cold outside. It's hot outside. You start thinking of all these reasons to lay back down in that bed and go back to sleep. That's your id talking to you. Your basest desire. Is it something that you want? And if it is, if it's desirable to you, that's the first step in deciding to do the thing, to lay back down in the bed, to go home early that day. That's your id talking to you. The id is impulsive and is a part of the psyche which responds directly and immediately to the instincts. I want to go home early. I want to lay down in the bed and go back to sleep. All right. Most like 2-year-olds are id driven. The other 2 parts of the psyche haven't developed yet. So all their decisions are made on their id. And your 2-year-old really doesn't care whether you have the money or not. They want the thing. Mama, I want that. And you say, but baby, we don't have the money for it right now. I don't care. Steal it. Whatever. Just get it for me because I want it. That's their id. Also nicknamed the pleasure principle. You see that highlighted there? So there you go. What is the nickname for the id? It is called the pleasure principle. And yes, that's what Janet Jackson was singing about. A song from the 90s, the pleasure principle. That's what she was talking about, the id, the desires. The idea that every wishful impulse should be satisfied immediately. The first time I took Deandra, my oldest daughter, to the park by herself, just me and her, she was like 4. And there was one of those spring horses things, the little horse you ride back and forth like this on the little spring. And she wanted to ride that. But there was a kid already on there. So she walked over and pushed that kid off. Climbed on and started riding. And the kid's mama looking at me, I was like, teach your kid how to fight, man. What do you want me to tell you? Yeah, I can't help it, your son a punk. She pushed him right
Mr. Mahal.
climbed on like, Daddy, look at me. I was like, all right, that's my girl right there. So anyway, satisfied immediately regardless of the consequences. Somebody who rapes somebody, that's it. They don't care about the consequences. They want this and they're going to take it right now. Somebody who molests a child, they don't care about the consequences. I want this and I'm going to take it right now. So that's id driven. You're not using the other two parts of your decision-making engine or your psyche to decide whether a decision is appropriate or not. The id is driving you. So we should all be kind of below the id a little bit. We need to go into the next filter, which is called the ego. Now with the ego, I'm going to start to consider consequences of my actions, but only those that affect me personally. Remember the ego, that's the me. Remember when somebody's being egotistical, it's all about me. So the ego is going to decide, are there any consequences to me for doing this? I don't care how it hurts anybody else or the world. I really don't care. What's going to be the consequence to me? So now they're asking you, come on, Mahone, let's go home, man. Let's get out of here early. Now you're starting to think, yeah, I do want to get out of here early, but what could happen to me if I make that decision? Could I be fired? Could I get in trouble? And based on that, you should go, now guys, we're going to stay till 4:30 because I don't want to get in trouble. So you're not considering anything but you at this point. Ego developed in order to mediate between the unrealistic and the external world and the decision-making component of personality. Ideally, the ego works by reason, whereas the id is chaotic and totally unreasonable. The id doesn't care. Remember I said it's chaotic, it's unreasonable. Give me that. I don't care about any consequences. I want it. Give it to me. But then the id kicks in, or the ego kicks in and says, yeah, but if I do that, I could get in trouble. So these people are people whose actions are guided on whether or not they're going to get in trouble or whether they can handle that trouble. So if you think that this is going to be a problem for me, but I can probably talk my way out of it, or I can probably lie my way out of it, then I'll probably go ahead and do it. It's the reality principle. What's the reality of making that decision? Are there consequences? And if I let everybody go home early today, I could be fired. There could be a consequence to me. So I'm not going to do it. But it's Friday. How's somebody going to find out? It's only an hour. So the person that decides to go home under the ego is the person who would look at you and say, okay, y'all go ahead and get out of here. Just don't say nothing. If they ask us on Monday, tell them, just regular day. Don't anybody say anything about leaving early or else I could get in trouble. That's the person who makes decisions based on their ego. I don't want to get in trouble. The reality principle. The third level is a superego. It's the above me. This is where I start to consider how this decision affects other people. Could it damage the clinic in some way? Even though we're closed today, what if somebody showed up wanting something or needing something from us? What if somebody called here needing something from us? How would it affect the trust that's been placed on us by the managers and the doctors, the folks who think that everything's just going just fine? What if they find out it's not, that we did leave early? Doesn't make just me look bad. It makes us all look bad. It makes the organization look bad. The boss who left me in charge, it makes him look or her look bad. But here's what's going to happen to you. You're going to say yes. Okay, guys, let's go on and get out of here. Again, just don't say nothing, all right? Don't be throwing me under the bus. Let's just go and get out of here. So you're going to leave at 3:35. At 4 o'clock, the phone's going to ring. Murphy's Law, y'all. At 4 o'clock, the phone is going to ring. And it's going to be Dr. Smith from the gastro clinic across town who needs Miss So-and-so's records because he's thinking about upping her medications. And he needs to know what medications we have her on. Or she went in there and said, we're going to do a gastroscopy tomorrow. Well, do I have to stop taking my aspirin before we do that? And they're calling over to the clinic to get a copy of Miss So-and-so's medication list. And nobody answers the phone. Now the boss is going to come in Monday. Hey, how'd it go, Mom? How'd it go on Friday, Mom? Oh, it went fine, boss. No problems. Okay, cool. Now the phone's going to ring. Hey, Joe, this is Smith over from Gastro. Hey, man, what time y'all close? Oh, we close at 4:30. Why? Well, I called there Friday at 4 o'clock. I need to get Miss So-and-so's records, and nobody answered the phone. Oh. Y'all remember Murphy's Law? Yeah. So now it's, hey, Mahone, come on in. Let me speak to you for a minute. So what time did y'all leave Friday? Just giving you the opportunity to lie. Oh, we left at 4:30, the usual. Oh, okay. Or, well, you won't give it time yourself. Oh, just usual, same as always. Oh, yeah. Because Dr. Smith called over here at 4 o'clock. Nobody answered the phone. What's up with that? Oh, well, ... And that's when I get to say, thank you. We don't need you anymore. Remember what I told you? You just lied. What does that tell me about your character? One day, y'all, first of all, let me tell y'all this. The superego is referred to as the guilt principle. I don't know if it's highlighted in there or not, but it is there. The guilt principle. So know those three nicknames. The id is the pleasure principle. The ego, the reality principle. The superego is the guilt principle. You start to consider how this affects other people. All right. I didn't got guilt principle in there anywhere. But that's, oh, there it is, through guilt. Feel bad through guilt. So it's nicknamed the guilt principle. So go ahead and have that in your notes somewhere. The reality, the pleasure principle, the id. The ego is the reality principle. The superego is the guilt principle.
Can you repeat that?
The id is the reality principle. The ego is the, excuse me, I got that backwards. The id is the pleasure principle. I'm sorry. The id is the pleasure principle. The ego is the reality principle. And the superego is the guilt principle. The pleasure principle, the reality principle, and the guilt principle. When I was working at Kaplan, I started started teaching the night classes over there. And they had kind of a strange schedule in that on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursdays, the class let out at 9 o'clock. But on Tuesday, the class went till 10 o'clock. That's PM. So we called Tuesday the long day. All right. So I'm teaching my class like normal on a Tuesday night. Bap. Looked up at the clock, 9 o'clock. All right, guys, 9 o'clock, let's get out of here. Boom. And them students blew out the door. All right. Now I'm doing the attendance and I thought, oh, damn, it's Tuesday night. We were supposed to stay till 10 o'clock. Damn. Screwed the pooch on that one. So what do I do now? Do I just go and put the peas down and leave? What do I do? Class is gone. I can't call them back. I called my boss at home. Boss, let the class go an hour early. Damn, Mahone, we can't do that, man. You know, they could shut down the school for something like that. Because we're charging y'all for 4 hours of financial aid, but we're only giving you 3 hours worth of class. They could shut our doors for something like that. Damn it, Mom. Listen, all right, here's what we're gonna do. On Thursday night, y'all just gonna have to stay till 10 o'clock and make up that hour. All right, boss, we'll do that. And Mom, don't do that again, man. I promise it won't happen again. All right. Now, how many of y'all think that I now look bad in front of the boss? Man, you've got a bad reputation now.
Nah, I don't think so because you were honest.
Yeah.
You went to her before she found out. And I think that's what a lot of us look at now. You know, before you hear from somebody else, let me tell you what I did. And that's the way I would appreciate, you know what, let me tell you what I did before you heard somebody else.
Actually, my stock went up. And the next time somebody looks and says, wait a minute, did Mahone let his class go early last night? I don't think so. Because the one time that did happen, I got a phone call about it. Mahone's not the kind of person that lets the class go early. The one time he did, he saw it as a mistake and called me on it. So my stock actually went up. And I became somebody that was more trustworthy, honest, if you will. All right. Now, how many of y'all have gotten too much change at the register? You ever have that happen to you? You check out, you give them a 10, they start counting you back change as if you're giving them a 20. You ever have that happen to you? How many of y'all gave that money back? Now, see, where I grew up,
I did when I caught it.
Yeah, that
like if I caught it right there, I'll do it. But if I catch it later in my car, I'm not gonna drive all the way back. But if I catch it right there, I'll give it back.
Well, where I grew up, that would have been stupid. You gave it back? What the hell's wrong with you? You're not somebody I want to hang out with. That's stupid. And the first times I remember getting too much change back, I walked out of there like I just got over like a fat rat. Oh yeah, check me out. Bang. Yeah. Your bad luck, my good luck. Boom. I got $5 extra. Now, let me ask you something. In the long run, what did that $5 get you? The little $5 that you got back, what did it get you?
Bad karma.
It might have got you a little bit of gas. It might have bought you lunch one day. But when you are honest, when you take that money and you give that money back, what does that get you?
Like feel better about yourself?
And you can't buy that, y'all. You can't buy self-esteem. You can't buy it. So how much self-esteem is that little $5 going to buy you? Versus a sandwich. One day that happened to me and I kept that money, y'all. And I went back to work and I was like, bang. Girl just gave me, boom, $6 extra. And the person that I was talking to looked at me and said, you've obviously never worked as a cashier before. I said, no, I haven't. Why? You know, they have to pay that back. Now I'm feeling guilty. I didn't steal from Circle K. I stole that money from that person. It's got a face on it. Now I feel guilty. And what did that say about my character to the person that I was talking to? I was young and dumb back then. What did that tell that person about me? So that little $20, let's say $20 extra. What's it going to buy you? As opposed to the value that you can get from your own boost in character and self-esteem. I'm an honest person. And ever since then, I've given the money back. And every time I walk out of there feeling good about myself. You know what? I'm an honest person, man. And I was a thief, y'all. That's what we did. We stole. We were organized thieves. It wasn't just, go in and snatch something. We were the ones that you come to us and tell us what you want and where it is, and we'll go get it for you. And then bring it back to you and sell it to you for pennies on the dollar, because it was all profit to us anyway. You want a leather jacket from JCPenney? Tell us what size. And we'll go get it. We were thieves. It was either that or sell drugs or just be like the stone cold gangster. So for me, it was stealing. I sold weed and that type of stuff, joints at school, but I never got into, the whole drug selling is my business thing. But stealing was my business. We called ourselves professionals. All right. So anyway, the three sections of our decision making, the id, the ego, and the superego. Be able to match them to their nicknames. The id is the pleasure principle. The id is, or the ego is the reality principle. The superego is the guilt principle. I love Marvin the Martian. Oh, I got a couple Marvin the Martian shirts, y'all. I love Marvin. But anyway, that is the representation. The id, I want it. The ego, man, what you gonna do to me? The superego, how does it help hurt other people? And the Borean knot that shows all coming together to form the self and your decision making. This sentence is highlighted, know it. A big part of professionalism is earning people's respect, which starts with their ability to trust you and the quality of the decisions you make. And that's why we were talking about the ability to make decisions. If you're making poor decisions out there, then I'm not going to leave you in charge of anything. Back to our scenario. When you let the people go early, or everybody went home early, if nothing else, if I don't fire you or give you a letter reprimand or something, at the very least, I'm not going to leave you in charge of shit anymore. You can't be trusted. What would have been a good way to handle that, by the way? You could have all stayed, yes, but what else could you have done when you've got the power and all the work is done? What else could you have done as a manager? A manager puts employees first. Y'all go ahead and get out of here. I'll stay and hold it down. That's a manager. You know how many times, I tell you, y'all, I've told y'all about all the times, firing people and that type of stuff. Do you know how many times I drove into the emergency room on a Saturday afternoon as the manager? I've driven in there and say, so-and-so, you go home, be with your family. I'll take the rest of the shift. You know how many times I did that shit? How many times I strolled in at past midnight with pizza? Early early in the morning with donuts. See, that's a manager. I've learned from managers like that. So a good decision might have been, y'all go ahead and get out of here. I've got it. I'll stay here, close up at 4:30. Now, my boss might have disagreed with that. But they could have said, well, at least you took care of the organization. Mahone, I might have made a different decision, but I can't necessarily say the one that you made was a bad decision because you didn't leave us hanging. You made sure the job got done. I might have found some training to do or something like that. And you look at it as a learning situation, not as a bad decision. So starts with the ability to trust you and the quality of the decisions that you make. I don't know where I was getting ready to go, but anyway, is your word as good as gold? What does that mean? Gold typically doesn't devalue. If you buy gold today, it'll be worth what tomorrow, it'll be worth at least what you paid for it today. It may not go up, but it doesn't go down. So is your word as good as gold? As you give it today, is it going to be worth the same thing tomorrow? If you say that we will be open until 4:30, are you going to be open until 4:30? Or are you going to be creeping out of there at 4:15? If you say, I will be there, are you going to be there? Is your word as good as gold? And that leads a lot towards your reputation. Be there when you're supposed to. Perform the responsibilities of your job with competence. Keep your promises and meet your obligations. Did you know that in the military, if you're married and somebody in your hierarchy, your first sergeant, your manager, somebody finds out that you're having an affair, did you know that's a punishable offense? You could be kicked out of the service for that shit. Now, why is that? Why do they even give a damn?
Because you can't be faithful to your wife. That means you can't be faithful to your brother in arms. You can't trust. If you can't be faithful to the commitment you made before God as a marriage, you can't be faithful to them who need to trust you with their lives.
Jose,
Your word.
Before we done, you're gonna have to come over to school so I can shake your hand. I'm sorry. Guys, is marriage a contract?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And your military service is a contract.
Yes.
But you just showed that you're the type of person that doesn't honor contracts. You got to go. That's not the type of person we want. So there you go. All of your obligations, not just your obligation to me or the organization. If you get caught or if you write bad checks, can you lose your nursing license for writing a bad check?
I think so.
Yes, because yeah, you're
And it has nothing to do with the job.
No.
But it says
it's just like breaking the law, period.
It says something about you. My wife had to face that. See, back in the day before debit cards and all that, everybody was all about checks. And my wife got on the check train. Me, I hated it, y'all. I would not write checks. But my wife would write check for lunch, that type of stuff. And she had a check bounce for like $12.50 or something. Yeah, it was $12 and something. But anyway, we got orders to Greece right after that. This is our first time going to Greece. We got orders right after that, and we left the country. When we came back, she went over to get her driver's license renewed and got arrested. They had a warrant for her for theft by check. Right? So I had to go down and get her out of jail for $1,200 freaking dollars. That's how I know it's a $12 check, because it was $1,200 to get her butt out of jail. Anyway, she then had to go to Austin to meet the nursing board and explain to them the circumstances of the charge and hope that they don't take her license away. And I didn't get to go with her. I had some other things going on. But I can just see her sitting out, because she told me she had to sit out in a little waiting room while they made the decision. So I just see her sitting out there wondering if they're going to take her license away. And they didn't, obviously. But there you go. So once trust is established and maintained over time, respect will follow. And if you want people to respect you, make sure that you can be trusted. So all those issues out there of things where it's like, I had somebody call the police on one of my troops because he was having a party at his house and they were making too much noise. So they went over there and they kind of calmed everything down, and the police left, and the neighbors called on him again. So the police had to go to his house twice in one night. Monday morning, I wanted to see him in my office, and I gave him a letter of reprimand. He's like, well, how can that be for something that didn't happen at work? I said, if you don't know why, I don't know if you're somebody I want working for me. It all comes together, guys. Okay? Just because you did it away from work, you still did it. So anyway, is your word as good as gold? Will you carry through with what you say? Are you an honest person? Raise your hand if you're honest. Come on, y'all, raise your hands. Okay. So you never speed in your car, right?
Well.
Wait. Well,
I can honestly tell you I do 80.
You know, I'm honest when I say
Dang, Jose.
I'm being honest when I say I lied about being honest.
Okay.
The thing is, we don't get carried away with it. Okay. The question is, do you get up in the morning with the intention of stealing, defrauding, or engaging in dishonest behavior?
Oh, no.
Probably not. So, earning a person respects also relies greatly on being viewed as an honest person. Most healthcare workers will probably deny that they steal from work, but most of us do. A paperclip, a stapler. I told my wife the other day, I said, babe, I'm gonna go to the store and buy a stapler. And she said, I'll bring you one from work. So we all do it, even though we don't view it as being a dishonest person. My wife would never say she's dishonest, but she stole a stapler from work. Don't get carried away with this stuff, guys. If you manipulate your time card to get paid for more hours than you actually worked, is that theft?
Yes.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
If you sleep on the job, if you take unauthorized breaks, if you leave the work area without permission and still receive pay for that time, is that theft?
Yes.
Yes.
I stole from my job last night. I took a test while on the clock.
You did what?
I said I stole from my job last night. I took a test while on the clock.
There you go. Yeah.
I had permission though, because everybody was asleep. But
Okay.
you know,
is a free sandwich, a box of Band-Aids, or a ream of paper or copy paper worth your job? In other words, you're taking somebody's sandwich out the refrigerator. Now, you might go, well, it's just a sandwich. Well, what kind of trifling shit is that? You just go in and steal somebody's food. See, I'm going to probably call you in and say something like, do you need some money? Can I call the, what those people, the meal people to get you some free food? because you're stealing food from work? Do you need help?
But what if that person was diabetic? You think it's no big deal, but they had their meals and their medicine synchronized. Now you just messed up their whole shift because now they got the jitters and all that.
So is that theft? Sure it is. I even mentioned the ink pens from the military that cost 23 cents each. They found that was like $1,200,000 a year losing just from people stealing those ink pens from work. Remember, military is a big organization. Department of Defense is millions of employees. And how many ink pens they go through in a year? Well, they lose $1,200,000 worth every year.
That's just like on the episode of Friends where they steal Ross's turkey sandwich and he has to see a psychiatrist because he went off on the guy. That was my favorite.
The same is true about lying and cheating. So on your assessment, you'll be asked to give 3 examples of dishonest behavior in the workplace: lying, cheating, stealing. 3 examples of dishonest behavior in the workplace: lying, cheating, stealing. All right. 3 examples of dishonest behavior in the workplace: lying, cheating, stealing. All right. Now consider this scenario. You witness a coworker sneaking out early. Shortly after, your supervisor asks you if you know where the coworker is. What do you do? Would telling the truth be squealing or snitching? You have to work with these people, don't you? So what do you do?
If I say the last place I saw him at, is that lying?
No.
Right. Oh, last time I saw him, I was in the front. The last time I saw him, they were on the front desk. Last time I saw him.
All right. And if you, for example, hey Mahone, you seen Smith? Oh man, I think he went up to the 3rd floor to do something up there. I'm not sure. Well, that's funny because I just saw you talking to him in the parking lot. And I saw him get in his car and drive out. And I was wondering if he was leaving for the day or not. That's why I came down and asked. So you just lied to me. Now,
It's better to just be honest.
So-and-so that just drove off, guess what? He didn't lie to the boss. You did. Now, let me tell you my definition of a snitch. A snitch is somebody who does the dirt with you and then turns around and tells on you. That's a snitch. It's a word that dishonest people use to try and control honest people. But see, they've twisted the definition. You see, that's the mafia definition of a snitch. You couldn't be not involved in it and be a snitch. See, that's where they've twisted it today. A snitch is somebody who does it with you and then turns around and tells on you. So if I sneak out with you and then the next day, hey boss, you know, so-and-so left early, that's the snitch.
Yeah.
You can't be honest and be a snitch, in my opinion. But anyway, they twisted the definition to anybody who ... If you shoot my cousin in the face and I go tell on you, I'm a snitch. You see, that's the definition today. But if I do the dirt with you and then turn around and tell on you. Now, I'm not going to throw you under the bus. I'm not the one to come in and go, hey, you know, so-and-so left early, right? See, that's not me. But at the very least, I'll say, I don't know where you are. I might not go into detail about I saw you leaving early or boss, they left early. Mom, do you know where so-and-so is? No, boss, I don't know where they are. Well, I just saw them pull out in their car. Well, I didn't know if they were leaving or coming back or what, just going to the store, what, I don't know. I don't know where they are. So I'm not going to lie for you either, though. So a coworker says that he or she has to leave early and asks you to clock them out early or clock them out when you leave. What do you do?
Heck no.
I don't know.
You
Put yourself in a position.
You remember Murphy's Law? Because here's what you're going to do. You're going to sit down at the computer. You're going to put in your login. You're going to clock yourself out. And right as you put in the second person's login, the boss is going to walk up right behind you. Mahone, whose login is that? And then when they ask your homie, did you ask Mahone to clock you out? No. No, maybe he just was trying to help me out or something. I didn't ask him to, no. And there you go. They keep your job, their job, your history. So no, I'm not going to clock you out early. And guess what? I'm offended by you even asking me to. Because in my opinion, a friend wouldn't do that.
Or what about it? What if you're working with Mr. Mahone? Mr. Mahone didn't tell you that he don't like you, and then you tell him, hey, I'm clocking out Gina. Mr. Mahone that don't like you, they didn't tell you, says, hey, you know what? He's clocking out Gina.
Yeah. That's another benefit of not letting people know you don't like them, because they'll say all kinds of shit in front of you too. Because they think you one of their homies, And like I say, some people call that being two-faced. See it how you will. I call it not putting my business out there. And as a result, people sometimes say things in front of me that, they think they're talking to a homie. And I'm just sitting there, are you really saying that in front of me? Really? That's happened a few times in my life and in my career. Sometimes telling the truth takes courage. And then cheating is another example of dishonest behavior. Lying, cheating, stealing. If you are cheating on your assessment, they're doing a test of whatever, math skills or whatever, and you're cheating on that type of stuff. Guys, I like to say here that I'm not the cheat man. I'm not the cheat police. I mean, if you want to cheat your way through school, that's on you. But guess what? I'll go back to one of my sayings. It'll all come out in the wash, man. Yep, it's all going to come out eventually.
Yep, when you go
probably going to come out way before you get a chance to hurt somebody. It's going to come out on your externship, on the job application, when you're saying some shit, and then bring in, it's like, oh, so you know how to do EKGs? Oh, yep. Been. Oh, yeah, I know all about EKGs. Okay, well, tell me this then, slick. And ask you a question about it, and you can't answer the question. Well, this guy claimed that he was Dr. So-and-so. He had a doctorate in philosophy, or psychology, excuse me, he had a doctorate in psychology. And he was the electrician program director at Kaplan. And I was over all the programs at that time. So we were talking one day, and somebody said, it wasn't me, somebody else asked him, they said, so what did you write for your thesis? And he said, my what? He said, your thesis, what did you write for your doctoral thesis on? And he said, what is that? You don't know what a thesis is? And you claim to have a doctorate degree in something? For those of you that don't know, you don't get a doctorate without writing a doctorate thesis. See, doctorate is not school. If you have a master's degree, you write a doctorate thesis. If the thesis is accepted, you'll be given the doctorate degree. So that's how you get a doctorate degree. You write a thesis. You don't go to school for anything. And he didn't know what a thesis was, but he had a doctorate degree in something. So like I said, it'll all come out in the wash eventually. And that man, y'all, I was coming down the hallway one day at Kaplan, and it was on break time. And the students were coming out of the building and coding classroom. Now, building and coding is about 90% female. So they're coming out for their break, and I see a bunch of electrician students. They're standing kind of in a line, and as the girls are coming out of the classroom, they're holding up numbers. Oh, yeah, she's an 8. Oh, look, she's a 6. And dot, dot, dot. And I'm looking at these fools like, where the hell is their teacher? He was at the end of the line, holding up numbers. The man who supposedly has a doctorate degree in some shit. Sexual harassment. And he doesn't know what sexual harassment is. Oh yeah, she's a 6. Now, so I turned his ass in. A couple of days later, I'm walking down the hallway and I realized I needed to go this way for something. So I started that way. Oh man, that's right, I gotta go over here. So I turned around, I started walking. So now I'm walking right behind him and 2 of his students. And he doesn't know I'm back there. And he tells his students, who had just passed me, he tells his students, yeah, we got to watch out for that Mahone because he'll tell on us. You're damn right I will. And one of the students looked around and saw me, he's like, ooh. And I was like, yeah, you're damn right I will. Because you're an immature asshole. And you have no right being in charge of anything, let alone other people. And yeah, I told on his ass. I would not stop until he was fired from Kaplan. Are you kidding me? He'll tell on us. What are you, in grade school somewhere? So anyway, 3 examples of dishonest behavior in the workplace: lying, cheating, stealing. All right. A very serious example of dishonest behavior is falsifying information, also known as fraud. When law and ethics, we use Bernie Madoff as our example of fraud. You're lying about something. You're saying you did it when you didn't. You're saying you didn't when you did. You're signing off something. You're backdating something. You're doing something that is attempting to deceive somebody else. And falsifying information is a very serious example of fraud. You're writing something down that didn't really happen. You're changing something that did happen and you're changing it to make it look like it happened a different way. Get caught doing that kind of stuff, guys, and you're pretty much done in healthcare. And we'll save the discussion on ethics and morals for tomorrow. Remember, I said we were going to come to ethics eventually, and there it is. So we'll save that for tomorrow. Again, all these highlights are already in this handout that I sent you. It'd be good if you could print it out. If not, read through it and go on and start getting these highlights down. Ethics and morals, how they're alike, and so on. So go on through the handout, get the highlights, and go ahead and make sure you have all that. We will actually do a review since this lesson is so long. It's going to take about, the rest of tomorrow and probably Thursday to get through this entire lesson. So it's a long lesson, so we will be giving a review for this one. But remember that the law and ethics, personality development, professional development is all one test. And we still have quite a bit to talk about in this area. So we'll save it for there, picking up at ethics and morals tomorrow. Any questions before we log off for today? I am going to, well, wait a minute, let me do this. There are a couple people who haven't completed the chapter 1 and 2 quizzes.
Mr. Mahone, you counted me present here today, right?
What was that? Nicole.
Nicole.
Yes. Nicole
Okay.
Belton, right? Yes. Okay. There are a couple people who still haven't completed the chapter 1 and 2 quizzes, so I'm gonna reactivate it today. You need to get that done as soon as possible because I'm gonna start deducting points, okay, towards late work. So I'm gonna, I'll just open it for some days, but you need to get that done as soon as possible. And as soon as possible, I mean probably by tonight.
Sir,
That closed out my grade book. Yes.
how will we know what our grade was on the quiz it thing?
Yeah, it gave you at the end.
Okay.
Didn't you see it at the end?
Well, I took it twice, sir.
Okay.
And it's the part that's down there when it'll tell you in percent, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So I got it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah.
You could pass me though.
I could.
Okay.
Is that chapter 1 and 2?
Yes, chapter 1 and 2. So
Thank you. The
already
quiz.
done it. Yeah, if you've already done it,
Okay.
don't worry about it. I'm putting it up for the people who still need to get it done.
Yeah, me.
Send that to me. I think I need to do that too.
All right. So there it is. Again, you should be able to just click right on that link and it takes you right into the quiz. A reminder that if it ever asks you for a code, the code is always at the end of the link. Those numbers right there. So the code is part of the link itself. And I'll go on and send that. All right. So again, I'm looking at some homework for some people. I'll get that updated this evening. If there are no other questions, then anybody?
So the understanding individual differences will be in the test as well?
With what? Say again?
What we're studying right now, the understanding individual, will be on the test as well?
Yes. Everything we started on Friday, law and ethics, individual differences, professional development, all one test.
Okay.
And I'll probably activate that over this coming weekend, and y'all have till Monday to get it done.
Are you sending a review for that?
I will before we actually do it, yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Shit.
All right. Go ahead, Jose.
No, that's it. All we have to do tonight is to study what we've read today, and that's our only homework.
Yep. Yes.
Did you count me present for today? It's Krista.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
Wait a minute. There is something else to do. Remember the root word test.
The what part?
The personality. Oh, the root word test.
The combining forms. Yeah, start studying for that. I sent out the email.
The personality test is due tomorrow, right?
No. Nothing's due tomorrow. The only thing due this week is the root word test. It's due Thursday. Remember all those combining forms, cardio, gastro, chemo, ... Yeah, that wasn't homework. That was a study sheet. And the quiz is activated. It's in your email, and the due date is Thursday, which is also in the email.
Okay.
So start studying those word parts, the 2 pages of root words. How do you know it's a root word? /O. Gastro, cardio, hemo, ... Get those 2 pages studied. There it is. And that quiz needs to be done by Thursday at the latest.
Thursday morning, Thursday evening.
Thursday morning. So you got 2 evenings to study.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
Careful, everybody. Stay safe.